Well, it's 10 o'clock. Shall we start? Will you please join me in standing in for the pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Before we do roll call, I want to thank Larry for his diligence in being here today. He had to come all the way from Tahoe through the snow, and it's likely going to be challenging going back up the hill with snow, too.
Is she going to drive me home?
Sue, would you take the roll call?
Yes, good morning. Mr. Rokuchi.
Here.
Mr. Moss.
Here.
Mr. Sevison.
Here.
Mr. Johnson.
Here.
Mr. Nader.
Here.
Thank you.
Planning Director?
Good morning, Chairman, members of the Commission. E.J. Ivaldi with Planning Services Division. As you can tell, I don't have my voice today, but this is going to be fairly short. And fortunately, I don't have to present today. So anyway, as you know, we have 2 vacant Planning Commission seats. Those are for District 2 and District 5. Just to let you know, we have vacancy notices posted that the clerk of the board did early on. So those notices are out. Anybody interested who's listening today, of course, if you reside in District 2 or District 5, applications are available on the county website, or you can also contact the Board of Supervisors office to get an application. And those notices will be out until the position is filled. My hope is within a month we'll hopefully have those seats filled, but as you know, that has to go to the board for approval, so that may take some time. So I'll keep my fingers crossed that we have a couple people on board soon. So our next Planning Commission meeting is March 8th. That's going to be down here in Auburn. We're going to hear an update on the county sustainability plan, also known as our Climate Action Plan, the work program. There's also a Granite Bay project, the Ventura at Granite Bay. That's a 33-lot subdivision, again, at Granite Bay that is proposed. And then you also are going to be taking up an appeal, a code enforcement appeal from our cannabis enforcement team that you will have to provide action on. So following that, March 22nd is our second meeting. I anticipate that will be here in Auburn as well. That agenda is yet to be determined. And then as we head into April, there will be a Tahoe meeting in April. I just don't know if it's going to be the first or second meeting during that month. So I believe that's when you're out of town,
When do you
Larry, maybe.
I would be back for the second meeting, or the second opportunity.
Second April meeting?
I'm coming back for the TRPA meeting, which is the last Wednesday, so
In
the
April.
Thursday would be okay.
in April? You're
In
talking.
April.
And the second meeting in April, Sue, do you not have that offhand? Is that the 22nd as well? 26th
Larry gets
of
back
April.
on the 24th,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I plan to be.
All right, so that concludes what I have to share with you today. So any questions?
Any questions for EJ?
Do we get more pay since we're doing the work of 7?
Yeah, to my knowledge,
try,
the
good
pay
try,
is-
Larry.
the pay is the
Good
same. Yeah, we asked the same question. Thank
All right,
you.
thank you.
Same answer, too.
Buzz off.
Before we get started on the public comment, I have a couple of things that I'd like to say. Obviously, if you've looked at the agenda, we have timed items that we at least had hoped meet those timelines. In all likelihood, especially for the last 2 items, those are probably going to be further beyond those times that were given. And we will be taking a lunch break sometime between 12 and 1, so it just kind of depends on how our schedule goes. So I just wanted to alert you, especially if you're here for the last item on the agenda, that is likely going to be after our lunch, so I just want to give you a heads up on that. We will keep our lunch as brief as possible so that we can keep the agenda moving along. And again, before public comment, as I stated last time, I've implemented a policy of 3 minutes for speaking, and we have the timer up on the podium As long as it's green, you're good to talk. It's when it hits yellow, you've got 30 seconds to wrap up, and so you aren't completely surprised at the time when it hits red. An alarm will go off. This is in the interest of time, so I'm giving you a heads up now so that not only during the public comment, but comments on the items that we're going to be reviewing today, that you're prepared to be very succinct about what your thoughts are that you want to pass on to the commission. So with that, is there anybody who would like to make a comment on anything that's not on our agenda today? Okay, since I don't see anyone moving, I guess we'll go to our next, our first item, our 10:05 item, which we're right on time for, the Rolling Greens, and I guess it's Callie.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Callie Kettinger-Cecil, and I'm with the Planning Services Division. The item before you this morning is the Rolling Greens tentative subdivision map. This project is located at the former Rolling Greens Golf Course site in Granite Bay at 5572 Eureka Road. The project is located approximately half a mile from the intersection of Barton Road and Eureka Road, and surrounding land uses are residential with slightly higher density to the south and west, and the Eureka Union School District offices and Eureka Elementary School to the north. The project is zoned residential agriculture with a combining minimum building site of 100,000 square feet. Surrounding parcels are under the same zoning, with the exception of the parcels to the south and west, which are zoned residential single family, combining agriculture, combining minimum building site of 100,000 square feet, and a planned development of 2.1 dwelling units per acre. The tentative map shows 9 lots on a 22.3 acre site. The project is served by a single road that extends south from Eureka Road and crosses a stream that feeds into an existing pond. The project is a resubmittal of a previously approved subdivision that was originally approved in 2007. The project was nearly complete with the improvements when the map expired. Constructed improvements include frontage improvements, drainage features, grading, the subdivision road, the bridge, and underground utilities, and remaining improvements include frontage improvements, including landscaping and an entry gate. An adoption, we are also requesting an adoption of an addendum to the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration. The addendum was prepared in order to analyze greenhouse gas emissions, which were not required to be analyzed when the project was originally approved. The analysis determined that the project would not result in emissions that would exceed established thresholds. In addition to the addendum, an errata has also been prepared in order to delete conditions 24 and 25 regarding stormwater quality treatment. These conditions have been deleted because the improvements are approved and are nearly complete. The errata also makes a slight adjustment to the expiration date. A little bit of project history. This project was originally approved in 2007 with an expiration date of October 2010. Automatic extensions from the state extended the life of the project to October 2017. The map expired, which required the resubmittal of the project. As noted, the improvements are 95% complete. In addition to the improvements, the project was required to obtain off-site easements for frontage improvements, including from the Eureka School District, and it is staff's understanding that agreements have been reached with all of the necessary parties in order to obtain those easements. Approval of the resubmittal would establish a new expiration date of March 4th, 2021. These are pictures of the improvements that have already been installed. This is Eureka Road here. There's a berm with fencing. This is the entryway. Here we have, again, Eureka Road, the school district, and elementary schools right over here. And then this is the road that crosses the pond with the bridge right here. A couple other pictures. These are the entry features. These are drainage features that have been installed. And then there's also some additional trail improvements that have been constructed. So staff is recommending that the Planning Commission take the following actions. Adopt the addendum to the Rolling Greens Mitigated Negative Declaration and Mitigation Monitoring Program, supported by the findings contained in the staff report, and approve the Rolling Greens tentative subdivision map to allow for the subdivision of a 22.3-acre parcel into 9 single-family residential lots, subject to the conditions of approval and errata, and supported by the findings contained in the staff report. I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for Kelly?
Yeah.
Rich?
Yeah, just for clarification, oftentimes we get extensions, and this is a resubmittal.
Correct.
Is there a difference?
There is a difference with an extension. It's a little different, and the resubmittal is a straight resubmittal of the project, whereas an extension of time, there wouldn't be any changes to the conditions except for the actual expiration date. But this allowed us to actually look at whether or not there would be any other conditions that would be required. Those conditions 24 and 25 regarding stormwater quality treatment, those are conditions that we were able to add because it was a resubmittal. But then staff and the applicant worked to eliminate those conditions, noting that the improvements had already been approved and constructed.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Would the applicant like to make any comments?
You bet.
Good morning. Bryce Walker with Elliott Homes. I'll just be really brief. Kelly did a good job explaining it. Basically, everything's built. This project is done, and frankly, inadvertently, the expiration took place during the time we were trying to get the final map processed. And this easement glitch with 2 landowners in the school district came up, and it frankly just delayed us. During that time, the expiration date happened. So nothing's changed. The project's built, and we hope to have the final map here in the next month or so and behind us. So that's kind of the quick story of it.
So you're saying the project's built, but you're talking about the infrastructure. You're not talking about houses.
No, these are going to be 2.3-acre lots that we're going to, custom lots that we'll put on the market soon as the map gets recorded.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll open it for public comment, again, alerting you to a 3-minute limit. Anyone want to comment on this project? Okay, then I'll bring it back to the commission for their pleasure.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no discussion?
Oh, well,
Or-
there was a comment letter that talked about, I remember when this project came up originally, of course, the gate is already installed, so I guess that's a done deal, but the community plan for Granite Bay actually prohibits gates, and that was a pretty solid thing. And that was included in the comment letter in the package, as well as I do remember some discussion about people having horses and neighboring and that kind of stuff. And so I guess, where are we at on those types of comments, or on those comments, would be my question.
As far as I know, that the gate issue has already been resolved. It was approved to have the gate. The project was approved prior to the update of the Granite Bay Community Plan when that policy was established. In regards to horse keeping, we do have the right to farm ordinance that lets future property owners know that surrounding properties could have agricultural operations.
Okay. As far as, I think some of the more modern proposals have included timing of the gates. Closed at night but open during the day. Was any of that considered?
As far as I know, it was not. It was just included with the project, with the gate, but there was no condition specific to the timing of the gate.
Okay. Okay, well, at any rate, I guess I'm not seeing any comments from the public, so for me, that issue, that answers it. Thank you.
All right.
Good job.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, make a motion that we adopt the addendum to the Rolling Greens mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring program for the Rolling Greens tentative subdivision map, supported by the findings contained in the staff report. And are we doing these as separate? Okay,
Second.
that would be.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, Jeff and Larry. Let's have a roll call vote on that.
You got me, Jeremy? Okay. I have a first by Commissioner Moss and a second by Mr. Severson. So, Mr. Rokucci,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Severson,
Yes?
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Nader.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I would further move that we approve the Rolling Greens tentative subdivision map to allow for the subdivision of a 22.3 acre parcel into 9 single-family residential lots, subject to the conditions of approval and errata, and supported by the findings contained in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any comments before we vote? Okay. Sue?
Okay, I have a first by Mr. Moss and a second by Mr. Severson. So, Mr. Rokucci,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Severson,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Nader.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, my apologies to the commission. I'm moving too quickly. I forgot the consent agenda, which we have one item on there. So how would you like to address that one item? We'll back up and catch that one. It's basically our notes from the previous meeting.
Make a motion to approve it.
Thank you, Rich.
Second?
And that was Rich and Jeff. Okay. Roll call. What?
You vote on that?
Jeremy.
What are you saying, Sue?
I don't have control of my mic. I have to wait for Jeremy to see that I
Oh,
need him to turn
okay.
it on. Are you there? Okay.
So Chairman, real quick, so was anybody absent at that hearing?
Larry?
Okay, so we recognize that where you would
Did you
not,
miss the last one?
unless you've read the actual,
I wasn't there, but I did read the minutes, yeah.
okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a first, a motion by Commissioner Johnson and a second by Commissioner Moss. So, Mr. Rokucci,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Severson,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Nader.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving a little too quickly. Our next item is 11:20. Do we have to give a 3-minute wait for that,
Yes.
council?
Actually,
Correct, we'll have to wait a few minutes
Okay.
until 10:20 to
All right.
start that item.
Let's see what's on
One
the
minute break.
yes, 9 minute.
We're renting up to the
We get schooled on it.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Chris Schmidt with the Planning Services Division. The second proposal before you today is a conditional use permit modification. The applicant is Lisa Powers. It's for the Pondview development on the south side of Douglas Boulevard in Granite Bay. Project site is roughly at Berg Street, and it is just east of the Quarry Ponds Town Center. The parcel size is 5.2 acres. Nearby zoning, it's surrounded on three sides by residential zoning, residential single family on the north side of Douglas, and residential agriculture on the east and the south, and then commercial zoning for the Quarry Pond Center on the west. Just a few site photos, the pictures of this parking lot. This parking lot was put in place to handle overflow parking from Quarry Ponds that has since been closed. It will be removed or redeveloped as part of this project. A couple photos looking south into the site showing the existing vegetation. This project has evolved over time, and I'll go through that history. The original proposal was approved in June of 2015 by the Board of Supervisors. It was a GPA rezone from rural residential to professional office. The rezone was from residential agriculture to office professional, combining design scenic corridor. The board also approved a tentative parcel map and also 3 variances for reduced parking, a reduced pond setback, which is at the southern end of the site, and allowed for 2 freestanding signs along Douglas where 1 would normally only be required or allowed. And this shows the approved site plan that the board approved, 2 office buildings to the north, and an event center, 7,500 square foot event center to the south along the pond. And the event center is the kind of the impetus of today's request. So after the 2015 approval by the board, the applicant came in and asked for a layout change and a minor land division to allow 4 office buildings on the northern portion. Those office buildings could be separately sellable. Last year, before the Planning Commission, the applicant asked for an extension of time because the approvals were about to expire. Your commission did approve that and set a new expiration date of June 16th, 2019. After that extension of time approval, the map to split the parcel into 2 parcels did record at the end of last year, December 28th, 2017. So this shows what was modified and approved for the parcel 1 on the north side, 4 office buildings clustered together, and on the left you see the design that's been proposed and approved by the county. This shows the common area between those 4 buildings, just a common space and an amenity for tenants and visitors. The proposal before you today is for parcel 2, which is in the orange that surrounds parcel 1. It's 2.82 acres, and in lieu of the 7,500 square foot event center, the applicant is asking to be able to construct up to 24,000 square feet of office space. So, right here, you see a tentative site plan that could change over time if the modification is approved. This is just a placeholder to show what is possible. She's showing a single-story building on the north and a 2-story building on the south. So in total, the 5.2 acre site would contain 44,400 square feet of office space. That's a cap, so there could be less. Parking required by our parking standards, 148 spaces required, and shown here today is 171 spaces. So she does have adequate parking for that 44,000 square feet of office space. One of the issues that came up at the MAC when we were there last month for a vote was 2-story buildings along Douglas Boulevard. And the MAC has adopted guidelines for the Douglas corridor, and it's also part of the Granite Bay Community Plan. I'll just point out that in those guidelines, it does say that single-story buildings are preferred. It doesn't say they shall be 1-story. So with working with the applicant, and this is what she proposed, but we agreed to add a condition that we wouldn't allow 2-story buildings within 300 feet of Douglas Boulevard. So this shows that 300-foot setback. And that setback matches the scenic and noise setback for the south side of Douglas that is in the community plan, but that applies to residential properties. So we're just going to be consistent and say the scenic setback along Douglas is equal to the residential scenic setback that's found in the community plan. So no two-story buildings towards the front of the site.
Christopher, I think Jeff has a question.
Question for you with regards to the one-story versus two-story. I mean, ultimately, there's a maximum height that's allowed.
Correct.
Correct. And so a single-story building could still be built to that maximum height. It just wouldn't
Yes.
contain a second floor. Is that correct?
Right. So the height limit in the district is 30 feet. I'll point out that the one-story buildings that have been approved for the front of the parcel 1 are 20 feet. So just with the peak of the roof, they're 20 feet. This two-story building that's shown in the back would be maximum of 30 feet. So the entitlement request is a conditional use permit modification to replace the commercial event center with up to 24,000 square foot of office space. And we're also extending that expiration date by 1 year. We did look at the environmental document. We did an addendum to the previously approved mitigated negative declaration, looked at all the issues as far as traffic and habitat on the site, and found that with the office space, there's no new or significant impacts that haven't been identified previously, that this new proposal would require additional environmental review. Just went to the back on February 7th. There was a couple issues that came up. The amount of landscaping proposed, this doesn't meet our minimum requirement. The building height issue that I mentioned. The building aesthetics, some weren't pleased with the design shown. And I'll point out that the two-story design that was shown previously and submitted by the applicant is kind of a placeholder. It was just an idea. We have conditions that say that anything built on parcel 2 should be consistent with what's been approved on parcel 1, kind of have a uniform look to it. And also the issue about being consistent with the design corridor, design guidelines, 1 versus 2-story height. The MAC did recommend approval of the project, but also afterwards strongly recommended that the applicant strongly look at constructing only 1-story buildings, and the vote was 5-0. And with that, it is staff's recommendation that the Planning Commission take the following actions: adopt the addendum to the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring program for the Pond Pavilion and Lost projects, also known as Pondview, supported by the findings contained in the staff report, and approve a conditional use permit modification for the project subject to the modified conditions of approval and supported by the findings contained in the staff report. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Christopher. Any questions?
Yeah, Christopher, I noticed in that this new project then does not require a parking variance then.
It would not. The variance was for the event center that had.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure that those numbers weren't reversed up there.
Yeah.
It was
For the event center.
Let me see, you mentioned that with approval, there could be changes that happen, so you're talking about the placeholder type thing?
Yeah.
What type of changes are you talking about?
So during design review, the layout could change. For instance, she could propose this building be back here instead of here. So it would just be an internal design review committee review when it come back to the commission. We'll also look at the design of the buildings when they're submitted. So she can make modifications. What she can't do is change the use if it's not allowed in the district. Like, she can't do restaurant use. She can't really deviate too much from the design because of the conditions. So it's really an internal county review at that point. But if there's any major changes, she'd have to come back to the Planning Commission for approval.
And so the north building could actually move to a different location, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
She can shuffle things around, parking around. We've already talked to her about providing pedestrian access straight through the site, so losing some parking here so that there's a view corridor to the pond, and maybe making a plaza out here instead of parking in front of this whole building. And she's open to those ideas, so we'll work with her on making it look good.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Christopher. Would the applicant like to make any comments, add to Christopher's?
So just to remind
Could you
us
just
all.
give us your name, please?
I'm sorry, my name is Lisa Powers.
Thank you.
And the reason for the change of use is has been caused by the fact that the original event pavilion although it was well received and the marketing went well, we had good response, we even had bookings, proved to be unbuildable because of the new banking regulations that require a bank to have 5 times the capital reserves for what's considered special purpose property, which a devoted use such as an event pavilion is a special purpose project. And because of that, none of the banks are even lending in that mode, except for SBA, which I decided not to use an SBA facility for reasons that don't pertain to the use change. But basically, it's just too expensive. It's quite a higher fee. And then the other thing, in terms of the design, to explain, it was bad communication by me to the architect that drew this sample. The building on the top, I do want 2-story, but what I would like is more of a simple, broad-eaved building with the 2nd story to let the tenants have more views of the pond. It's beautiful back there. The homes across the pond are also 2-story. So I don't think it would be seen as an objection. And it also limits the mass of the building by going 2 stories. It's not quite so wide. There was also the thought of, for example, running the building all the way along the pond front, which would hinder access and visibility of the pond by the people on the western side in the interior commons and that type of thing. I think also that a quiet modern building with a porch and a deck all the way around and a railing would be beautiful for people and provide cover for the tenants and just create a very quiet and enjoyable workspace. So that's the design rationale. In terms of height, just again, we could even be a few feet shyer. What I would like is a quiet building. That's, I think, the nature of what needs to be there. And so it's my intention to not build what you see at the top. I actually apologized for it at the MAC meeting because it's not my real taste. But I do take responsibility that it was miscommunicated somehow or misreceived by the design architect. So if anyone has any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'll open it for any public comment on this particular item, again, holding to the 3 minutes. All right, seeing none, I will close the public comment period and bring it back to the commission for your pleasure. And Christopher, could you put back up the recommendation, please?
Just as a comment while that's going up, I think the redesign is a good improvement. I think taking away the packing in of vehicles during event center events where they were going to valet park and stuff would have been a cluster in there eventually. And I think this is an improved design and better use for it.
Great.
Well, in that case, I will. Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we, as a Planning Commission, adopt the addendum to the negative declaration and mitigation monitoring program for the Pond Pavilion and Lofts, aka Pond View project, supported by the findings contained in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, we got 2 seconds at that. So it was either Larry or Richard, so you can pick either one.
Yeah, go ahead and take Richard.
Well, thank you, Larry.
We'll let you have the next one. Okay. All right, it's been moved and seconded on the staff's recommendation on this item. Roll call.
Okay, so I have the first by Mr. Moss and the second by Mr. Johnson. So Mr. Rokuchi.
Yes.
It was Commissioner Ricucci that
Yes,
did the second.
Oh, I thought the other Richard. Okay. I'm glad I said something. Okay, so the second by
I was going to
Mr.
vote yes
Rokuchi.
regardless of who seconded it. Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Mr. Sevison.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Nader.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we have another time issue.
We still got to do the second one.
Oh, the
here,
second
too.
one, sorry.
No.
I'm rushing you too much here.
I would move that we approve a conditional use permit modification, PGPA 20120354 for the Pond Pavilion and Lofts, aka Pond View project, subject to the modified conditions of approval and supported by the findings contained in the staff report.
Okay. All right.
It's Larry's turn.
All right, I've got a first by Mr. Moss and a second by Mr. Rokuchi. Mr. Rokuchi.
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Mr. Sevison.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, now,
I have a question to staff.
Chris,
Real quick, Chris,
Yes.
sorry to bother you, but in looking at the artist's conceptions, obviously the upper one is a two-story rendition, and the bottom one appears to be a one-story rendition. Was that intentional?
that's going to be the internal ones.
Yeah, this is what's approved for parcel one, so these four buildings will all be the same. They're all
Okay,
the same size. And this was the placeholder for building in the back, the southern building, the two-story.
okay, thank you.
Let me see, I
Christopher.
have a question here, maybe just have a faulty memory. Rolling back to Rolling Greens, did we include an errata sheet in our motion?
I believe that was in the recommendation, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Chairman, I would suggest right now that we take a 10-minute recess until the 10:45 item, and then the
Correct.
Placer
All right,
Ranch Sunset team can get things together.
now let's do that. We'll re-adjourn at 10:45.
We have dancing girls or anything?
Hi.
Okay. I'm going to reconvene the meeting now. It's 10:45 for our 10:45 item. So, Crystal, you're up.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Crystal Jacobson with Placer County Planning Services Division, and I'm here today for the Sunset Area Plan and Placer Ranch Specific Plan workshop. With me today is Emily Setzer also with the Planning Services Division, and Michelle Kingsbury with the County Executive Office. And the three of us are actually going to kind of tag team the presentation. So I'm going to speak to the Sunset Area Plan project and then turn it over to Michelle to have some remarks on the Placer Ranch specific plan, and then the details of that plan will be presented by Emily. And so really the purpose of today's item, let me go on here a little bit. The purpose of the item and the report before your commission is really to provide you with a presentation on what are called the preliminary public review draft documents of the area plan and the Placer Ranch specific plan. And the idea here is it provides an early opportunity for folks to weigh in on key policy considerations. I do want to point out that we are in the middle of the environmental analysis for these documents, so we will not be touching on anything related to that analysis right now. It's a little early in the process for that. So really what we want to do is just release these documents to seek some input on policy, zoning, the development standards, so that we can begin to make refinements where we need to. So for your commission is not being asked to take action on these documents today, but rather we welcome your feedback and direction, as we will use this as an opportunity to fine-tune documents. Excuse me. I'm on like 5 weeks of a cough here, so bear with me as I move through this. So this is a map that shows the vicinity of the existing Sunset Industrial Area Plan. So it's in the red here. I will point out here in a minute that we are proposing to expand it over here to the west a little bit, but this is the existing boundary. So it is situated on the west part of the county, west of Highway 65, which runs here. Highway 80 is way down here. So we have the city of Lincoln, the city of Rockland, and the city of Roseville here. This area over here is unincorporated Placer. So the existing 1997 plan really serves as a general plan for the Sunset area. The county, I think, as you know, has a number of community and area plans alongside the general plan. And the idea there is that they serve as a general plan, so they establish policy and land use that is really reflective of the unique characteristics of certain areas in the county. And so that's just what the Sunset Industrial Area Plan is. It was initially planned with the main goal of attracting industrial development, and that actually went back as far as 1968. So I haven't actually looked at that plan, but from 1968 forward, this area has been slated for industrial development. I would say a lot has changed since 1968 and since the 1997 plan. We certainly do see a share of industrial uses, some heavy industrial uses. A lot of those industrial uses are located over here to the kind of southeast area. And then we also see some uses that weren't initially anticipated in that plan, and that would include the casino. So the Thunder Valley Casino was not anticipated in the 1997 plan, and so you'll see that up here towards the northeast portion. So just some background again, this area has been always anticipated for development. And it was intended to promote economic development and provide an opportunity for job growth within the region. So the goals that are in this existing 1997 plan really point out that. So then in 2014, our board initiated an update to this plan. And the objective really is to try to achieve that vision of promoting economic development and job growth. However, with this update, there's really a shift in the vision. So the shift is away from industrial or heavy industrial development, and the goal is really to rebrand or re-envision the Sunset area to attract knowledge-based jobs, those kind of high wage earning employment generating uses, including technology, R&D, large employment campuses. That's the idea. In placing those in the Sunset area in an amenity-rich setting, so where you've got a little bit of mixed use going on with those campuses. And then in 2016, this is important, is that the board then directed staff to include the Placer Ranch specific plan into the Sunset Area Plan work program. So the Sunset Area Plan update was already underway. And then about a year and a half or so into that, the board saw a benefit to include the Placer Ranch into the work program. The Placer Ranch is intended to provide a public university, which you'll hear about here in a minute as we move into this presentation. It also provides critical backbone infrastructure to the Sunset area and would act as a catalyst, job creation, and really help the Sunset Area Plan achieve this shift, right? This shift in vision. So our board saw that there was a public benefit to processing the Placer Ranch specific plan, so we're doing it a little bit different than we've done it in the past. That Placer Ranch specific plan area nests within the Sunset Area Plan. And so the idea is that this public university would help, and the project in general would help to provide economic and job growth within the region. So there are some key visioning factors that I just want to touch on, and we will get into more detail on these in a minute. But really, the idea here is the generation of employment. So the vision for Sunset is a hub for economic growth in the South Placer region. And collectively, with these two projects, we're looking at about what we see is the potential for about 31,000 jobs to be created in the area. 15,000 in Sunset is we did a market report, and this is what was found in that study. And then also the university is a critical piece here with a 300-acre public university campus being a cornerstone to that Sunset Area Plan and the Placer Ranch specific plan project. And then also housing, and this is key. This is a change. Currently in the Sunset Industrial Plan, housing is not an allowed use, and so this is definitely a shift in policy. And so the Placer Ranch specific plan includes a lot of different housing types, which Emily and Michelle will touch on. But our board in 2016 also directed staff to look at allowing housing in the Sunset area, the areas outside of Placer Ranch. And so I'll touch on those more in detail here in a minute. So real quick, just to give you an overview of the Sunset Area Plan work program. The intent of the scope for the update is for a policy, the creation of a policy document. So again, it serves as a general plan for that area. It helps guide land use decision making and development in the Sunset area. And so it's not necessarily a master plan. The intent here is that this would be a policy document. Later, the board also directed us to prepare a set of implementing zoning regulations similar to what we did in the Tahoe area. But the Placer Ranch specific plan is different. It's coming in as a master plan community. So it nests within Sunset. So you're going to see throughout this process, you're going to see a higher level of detail for the Placer Ranch project than you are Sunset. So the idea for Sunset is that it provides a regulatory framework, right, for property owners to come in and develop their land. And then, so real quick, just in terms of what you're going to see, at the end of the process for documents. Right now, we have prepared a policy document and the zoning, and those are preliminary documents. They will come back out again when the environmental comes out. We're also preparing corridor design standards, which are not fully prepared yet. We're still in the process of those. The existing conditions report, economic market analysis, opportunities and constraints report. These items were background materials to help inform the plan. And those have been prepared and are available on the web. We've also prepared a lot of technical studies. And then for Placer Ranch, there's a number of pieces to this project as well that you see here listed. And then at the end, I think it's important to note that we are preparing a capital improvement and finance plan and the environmental impact report. Those are joint documents looking at both projects. They will come out later on through this process in the final phase. The environmental impact report is underway. We have prepared an administrative draft that has been reviewed internally. A second draft is expected shortly, which we will be sharing with some of our agency partners. And then I also want to point out that the Placer Ranch is being analyzed at a project level, and the Sunset area plan is being analyzed at a programmatic level. Again, very similar to what we did in Tahoe for the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. This is just a list of documents that have been completed to date. I just want to note here that through this process, particularly on the technical studies that you see here that were completed in 2017, we have been coordinating with cities and other key stakeholders on the preparation of these. So namely the traffic, odor, water, sewer drainage. We've been working with PCWA, the landfill authority, the cities. And so that dialogue will continue. We expect that to continue as we prepare the draft environmental analysis. And I want to point out too that in addition to this, our county executive team is also meeting monthly with city managers. And there's also some board members meeting with city council members. And the idea here is that they are meeting to discuss regularly. I'm not sure how often they're meeting, but I know the executive team is meeting monthly. And so they're meeting to discuss issues or projects of regional significance in the West Placer area. And the Sunset Placer Ranch project is one of those topics for discussion at those meetings. So the Sunset Area Plan includes these elements here. And I just want to, so these are chapters in the plan that you have before you today. The implementing zoning is included at the very end of the document. And then in terms of the appendices, these are underway. So you don't see those. I did notice in a couple of the comments that we received that are before you today, people were asking about this. It does note that they're pending. So those will come, but a little later on in the process. So again, I'm just going to be touching now on just the Sunset, and then I'll turn it over to Michelle and Emily. So this is the Sunset Area Plan Land Use Designation Map. We have embedded down here the Placer Ranch piece. But what I want to note here is that here's this expansion area that I talked about to the west. So right now, the existing SIA plan goes straight down here. So it's about roughly 325 acres that was added. And the reason for that is this is a contiguous land holding here. And so what I want to point out is just a couple things. There are some new land use designations that have been created as part of this process. And it's really to try to, the idea is we created those designations to achieve the vision for Sunset. And so namely, this one right here is what we're calling an entertainment mixed use. This is in and around the casino. The idea here being that it would be a regional hub for entertainment, kind of playing off of the existing casino that we see there today. And then we also have what is called an innovation center here and here. And this is where we'd like to see, we anticipate seeing those kind of larger employment campuses type uses, those huge, employment generating type uses. And then over in this area, this is Innovation Center, as you can see, but it also has a Development Reserve designation, a DR designation, which means that this is anticipated for some pretty far out in the future, and it would require a specific plan. So in terms of the build out of the plan, we anticipate the build out will kind of come from east to west, and this may be outside of the 20-year horizon of the plan. And this is a zoning map. So this is intended to implement this. You'll see a placeholder down here for the Placer Ranch specific plan because it contains its own land use and zoning, and so you'll see that in that document. I'm not going to go into that. And what you'll notice here is, again, we have new zone districts. And the idea there is that they needed our existing zone districts that we have in our zoning ordinance don't necessarily align with these new land use designations. So that was why our board directed us to go and prepare some zoning for Sunset. So we've got some new districts. I'm not going to get into all of those. They're in your plan that you see. What I do want to point out is that this area right down here is existing industrial. So right now it's zoned either industrial or industrial park. We are not proposing to rezone those areas or to downzone those areas. It's simply a rebranding of the terminology. So we still anticipate industrial development down in here. It already, it's largely built out with industrial uses. So we've got light industrial and what we're calling industrial mixed use. But the idea is that those uses that you see in the plan are really consistent with what is there today. And then what I want to do is just touch on, I'm going to actually come back to that zoning map here in a minute because I want to touch on a couple of development standards. But just to just to point out some notable components that are being proposed. The first are some general plan amendments. And so there are 3 that are being proposed. And so at the end of the day, when this goes before the board for consideration, the first action would be these general plan amendments. And the first is that expansion of the Sunset Area Plan boundaries. So we have to amend the general plan map to recognize that the Sunset area is expanding. So you'll see that. The second is an increase in density for the Sunset Area Plan and the Plaza Ranch specific plan. So there's a table that lives in the general plan that points out the allowable densities within certain districts. And we're proposing a shift from 21 for an allowance up to 30 dwelling units per acre for high-density residential, general commercial, and tourist resort commercial land uses. And this would be, there would be a footnote to that table in the general plan that would say that this would be only allowed with the approval of a specific plan, a community plan, or an area plan update. So hence, the Sunset would then do that. And the idea here, the reason that we're bringing this forward is it's consistent, it brings our general plan up to date with state law. So state housing law designates Placer County as a metropolitan jurisdiction, and we have to show zoning capacity for up to 30 dwelling units per acre. So we are really setting the stage for that to bring it consistent with state law. And then the final general plan amendment that I wanted to point out is the refinement to a public facility buffer. There were a lot of comments that you have received there about this shift in policy. There is a table in the general plan that outlines buffer standards for certain uses and the proximity of those uses to solid waste facilities. We are proposing to update that, and I have a few slides that I'm going to touch on here in a minute, so I'll wait to go in more detail on that here in a minute. And then for residential use allowance, again, our board in it was September 2016, directed us to look at a residential use allowance in the Sunset area. However, the intent there is that these would be subordinate and incidental to the primary employment generating use of the site. So while we are proposing residential uses in the Sunset area, they are not allowed to be standalone residential. They are not there's no proposal for single-family uses. So the idea is that we create an opportunity for workforce housing and a mixed-use type of housing. So you'll see an allowance for multifamily residential in some areas of the Sunset plan. And this is really to try to address the housing affordability issue that Placer County is seeing right now. And then I'm going to touch on the level of service policy. There's a change in the transportation chapter that would allow for a level of service E at major intersections. And the idea here is that the plan is focusing on a reduction of vehicle miles traveled. We see this coming down from the state, where we do need to be showing how how plans are helping to reduce VMT. Again, we did this in Tahoe. We've done it with a few other plans in the county, and this is really the direction the state is going. So it's consistent with that. I will say that we have been, on all things traffic related, we've been working with City of Roseville, Rockland, and Lincoln to look at mitigation strategy as it's related to traffic that's generated from vehicle miles traveled. But so you will see a shift in policy there. And then for the scale height standards, what I'd like to do is go back to this slide just to touch on where we're landing with this. So we are proposing a shift in the allowance for height in zone districts. And I'll point out that before I get into the specifics, I'll point out we really arrived at these height limits after doing some research of development standards from other jurisdictions and consulting with our Economic Development Department and the Greater Sacramento Area Economic Council to really better understand market-driven building dimensions that would be needed to help really facilitate the type of new development that the Sunset Area Plan aims to attract. So it's really, if we're looking to create this new vision for Sunset, what do we need to do in Sunset in terms of the development standards? And so what we are proposing is, and real quick, I'll just point out, most of this area is zoned on the eastern side here is zoned industrial, where there's an allowance up to 50 feet. And I think that's outlined, in the staff report. And so what we're proposing here is up to 75 feet in the, down here in the service commercial and in these zones, these industrial zones here. 100 feet in this eco, so this is the landfill authority site. I would go to 100 feet. And then also 100, here in the, these entertainment mixed use areas. And then up to 150 feet, you'll see here in the IC. And so that's the area where we'd like to see those large employment type campuses. And what we heard from folks is that we really need to put provisions in place that would allow for up to 10 stories. And so that's where we landed at 150 feet for that. I do want to point out, just for context and perspective, the Thunder Valley Casino, which was constructed on, it's sovereign land, right? So it was not consistent with our zoning ordinance at the time it was constructed. But it is 17 stories and 227 feet. So what I'm going to do now is just touch a little further, go a little further into detail on where we're at with the general plan public facility buffer zones. So these buffer zones, again, like I pointed out, are included in our general plan. Sorry about that. And so as this moves forward to the board, there will be an amendment to general plan table 1-5. But we've also captured these standards in the sunset area plan. So in the land use chapter, you'll see a table that I'll point here to in a minute. That's reflective of those changes. So currently the buffers include there's what's in the general plan today is a 1 mile buffer for residential uses in terms of the proximity from the property line of a solid waste facility. So in this case, it would be from the landfill authority there in the sunset area. It would be a mile away from that property line. And then 1,000 feet for commercial and 500 for recreation. And I'm going to walk you through those. I have a map here in just a minute. But what I want to point out is that we did contract with a consulting firm, SCS Engineers, and they're actually here today. They prepared the odor report that was an attachment in your staff report. And it was actually a review of odor management at the Western Regional Sanitary Landfill. I do want to point out it was not intended to be its own study necessarily. It was intended to review some studies that have been done in the past for that facility, and then to kind of help inform us in terms of refinements that we could make to the buffer policy. And so what we found in that report is that the state does not have a buffer requirement, so it doesn't come down from the state in terms of required proximities from these types of uses to solid waste facilities. It also found that the existing 1 mile buffer that we have in our general plan is among the biggest landfill buffers in the state of California. Some jurisdictions don't have any. Some land, they land between 1,000 feet to 4,000 feet, but there are some that just don't have a buffer. But ours is definitely one of the largest. And again, we have John Hinkleman here from SCS today that could, if there's any questions on that, he is here to answer questions. And then it also pointed out that there had been some odor sampling at the facility here in the Sunset area that would indicate that composting was the largest and primary source of odor, and that improved composting methods or practices could help to reduce odor impacts, but would certainly require some significant and expensive modifications at that facility to do that. And I point that out because when we get into the change here that we are proposing, we are requiring for anybody to go from, well, let me walk through this and then I'll touch on why I pointed that out. So the change that we are proposing, so right now for residential, again, it's 1 mile, and we're proposing 2,000 feet. And there's a little footnote here that says that residential uses may be considered on a case-by-case basis to be as close as 1,000 feet with approval of a specific plan or a development agreement that would stipulate contribution to a compatibility program and disclosure, of the proximity of those uses to the landfill. So it would be disclosure to future property owners. So, and then for commercial and recreation, the 1,000 feet is existing in the general plan, and so is the 500. However, we have added this footnote here that essentially says the same thing. They can be considered on a case-by-case basis. with approval, a specific plan or development agreement that would stipulate that contribution and disclosure. And so the idea here is that the specific plan and the development agreement would really serve as a tool for us to negotiate a contribution to help address odor at the landfill. So the idea, and so that's kind of the next step in this process, is to begin a dialogue with the landfill authority about what that could be. And we'll touch on that, Emily will, and Michelle will touch on that a little bit more as they get into the Placer Ranch project, because Placer Ranch would be the first specific plan coming through that would, utilize this provision here. So this table is straight out of the land use chapter in the Sunset Plan. We also have this diagram. So it looks a little different in the Sunset Plan, but what we did here is overlay the Placer Ranch land use plan on it, but you'll see the buffer zones here. And so I just want to point out, this is certainly a key policy shift. It's definitely a change. And in updating the plan, we've really been tasked to make these refinements for your consideration and the board's consideration. I just want to point that one of the key goals in the Sunset Plan is to protection of the long-term viability and operation of the facility. I think it's important to emphasize that the county and our board continues to consider this facility as a critical resource and asset. And so while we have framed up these policy revisions to these buffer standards, we have carried forward policy in the plan that is aimed at recognizing and supporting and protecting the landfill facility. And I think I can say, our board's intent in directing staff to process this update and to include the Placer Ranch specific plan as part of the update and residential uses, where they otherwise weren't allowed. It's about finding a balance, the board understanding the benefits of siting a public university in this area and the economic benefits that would come with that, while also ensuring protection of the county's critical landfill resource. So it's really what we are, as staff, are trying to do here in these this shift. So what I want to do now is just turn to one key component. It wasn't listed as in my original slide there, but I just want to touch on this because it is a critical component to the success of Sunset, is the Placer Parkway. I want to point out we do have folks from our Department of Public Works here today because questions always come up. It doesn't matter where I'm at, they come up on Placer Parkway. And so if there's any questions about the specifics of this project, we have someone here to answer those questions. But I'm gonna go to this slide so you can look at the diagram here that shows the connection. So Placer Parkway would approved project by the board in terms of the conceptual alignment. So it would connect Highway 65 over here at Whitney Ranch Parkway all the way to State 99 and 70 to the west. I will point out the Caltrans and the City of Rockland have constructed the Whitney Ranch Parkway at this interchange here. Placer County, our Department of Public Works folks, are proposing to construct the second half of that interchange and the Placer Parkway multi-lane expressway all the way to Foothills right here. So this is really the first phase of the Parkway project. I will say this has been cleared environmentally, so it's been cleared by NEPA and CEQA, have been obtained for this first phase, and that's at project level. And so the county is working on the final design for that piece, and it's anticipated to be under construction in 2019, and it'll take a couple years to complete. Future phases, we've got there's a lot more to do here, a lot more alignment to implement. And the future phases of that roadway would occur as funding becomes available, and which is generated really by the Tier 2 development fees collected by the county and the cities out here in West Placer. On new growth areas. And so, our board is very committed to implementation of this. They have invested, in 2017, they invested $6 million on that first design phase that I just spoke about. We have been working with our regional partners to get that phase constructed within the next couple of years. And I'd point out that it serves existing development out in the West Placer region. I think that is important because it really would improve circulation and is really a critical regional circulation element to West Placer. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Michelle, and then she's going to talk about Placer Ranch.
Good morning, Michelle Kingsbury with the County Executive Office. I'm also the project manager on the Placer Ranch portion of this presentation. And I'm going to kind of overview some high-level stuff and turn it over to Emily Setzer from our Planning Services Division, who's our senior planner assigned to this project, and she'll go into a little bit more detail about it. As Crystal mentioned, just a few quick high-level comments. As she mentioned, Sunset area has been kind of on the books and looking at planning since the late 60s. As with specific plans as well in this region, Placer Ranch has been contemplated since the early 2000s. It's gone back and forth between both the county and the city of Roseville, where it ultimately landed with the county back in April of 2016. At that board direction back in April 2016, the board essentially directed staff to insert itself more as the developer role in terms of processing the Placer Ranch specific plans. So we went out subsequent to that direction and hired a slew of consultants and technical advisors. A lot of them are here today if there are specific questions related to the technical studies. In addition to that, we worked with the property owner and entered into an MOU which kind of outlined our roles and responsibilities and mechanisms for repayment of these costs that we're currently incurring. Ultimately, a lot of that repayment, we do get questions a lot on that. It would be more memorialized within a development agreement. At this time, the documents that are out for this preliminary public review draft are the specific plan, as well as the development standards and design guidelines. And through this process over the next few months, we'll certainly be working with our partners, as well as our partner as a property owner, and negotiating a development agreement, updating our fiscal and finance plans, and things of that. So you might see some comments related to that, but those documents just aren't available at this time. A couple of the reasons why the board took kind of the unique stance of going forward and inserting itself in this developer role for Placer Ranch, as Crystal mentioned, was to address the impediments to development, such as lack of backbone infrastructure that we hear a lot in the Sunset Area Plan. This project is designed and geared toward catalyzing development and catalyzing getting that backbone infrastructure in there that would help and support the Sunset area as well achieve its goals. And in addition to that, as it's been mentioned several times, is that unique opportunity that we have an engaged public university and to locate them in this county and in this region to help serve our student population here. We've got growth at both Sierra College, William Jessup University, and the county also working with Regional University. And it's a unique opportunity to kind of have this university cluster in this area that you don't see that often. Certainly, I'll go into a little bit more detail about the project proposal for the university, but we do have some opportunities for some unique partnerships there. But those two items are in large part the main goals of why we're here today, kind of in that developer role with Placer Ranch specific plan. Whoops. I'll go into the goals and objectives in just a second, but a little bit more to the history. Our board has really taken a conscientious effort in the Sunset Area Plan over the last several years. We've worked through our tax share agreement negotiations, kind of pulling back those spheres of influences from the cities. Certainly the city of Lincoln still has an area in the upper northeast quadrant that contains their sphere of influence, but we've pulled back the other ones out of the Sunset area. In addition to that, back in 2012, we formed the Sunset Fire and Emergency Services, CFD, to support the operations and maintenance of Station 77, which is at the Thunder Valley Casino and Resort, as a funding mechanism to support that as our primary fire provider out in that area today. Certainly we have plans for other stuff, but today that was a big step for the county in terms of setting up that CFD. And as Crystal mentioned, kind of the investment and effort that we're doing with Placer Parkway. Last year we put in $6 million to take that really toward construction level design, and our staff and executive team is also working on the construction financing of that and really trying to bring that phase one up to Foothills to fruition over the next few years. And we see that as a critical element to not only provide access into the Sunset area and kind of help facilitate the development there, but as well as for the Placer Ranch and improving the circulation in that area. In terms of the regional cooperation, as Crystal mentioned, in relation to the Placer Ranch specific plan, we do share a 3-mile border with the city of Roseville, so it's important that we work together in terms of reviewing that specific plan, and we've provided early reviews. of that plan to the city and had a lot of really good dialogue back and forth with each other. And a lot of their comments related to the specific plan have been incorporated in the document before you today. But certainly, as Crystal mentioned, we understand and welcome a continued dialogue and opportunity to work with our cities. We've entered into MOUs with, or agreements, I wouldn't say MOUs, with both the City of Rockland and the City of Lincoln related to providing early review of the traffic study. They've seen it once. We're certainly updating it right now, and we'll be providing, once updates are available, back to the cities for their review. It's important that we work together for that regional road network, and we certainly recognize that, and as well as with the landfill and the landfill authority, and working together with that. In terms of the main goals and objectives of the specific plan, as Crystal mentioned, with the Sunset Area Plan, they have a unique setting where they have several large land holdings that are concentrated with a few property owners. Certainly with Placer Ranch Specific Plan, we have an area that Emily will get into, which is called Campus Park. It's that highlighted in kind of a light purple area, which is a major employment center. It's meant to kind of play off some smaller scale users and stuff like that, where you have large scale users that may adapt in the Sunset area, but also there's opportunity for large scale users there. We want a balance of a mix of jobs and housing, as well as we have an urban town center that's proposed adjacent to the university on the eastern side. There's natural open space corridors throughout the plan area, as well as providing for the corridor for the Placer Parkway, which abuts in the northern portion of the plan. There's a diversified mix of both low density, medium density, and high density residential proposed to help meet the regional housing needs in this area. We're currently going through and updating a fiscal and finance plan related not only to Placer Ranch but Sunset. It's not currently available, but it's something that we're underway doing, making sure it's a financially responsible plan, looking at both infrastructure costs, infrastructure back burden, fee burdens, as well as just from a service delivery perspective, looking at all those costs and how those translate back down to what the potential assessments would be on the development. And last but not least, kind of our main focal point is the proposed off-campus center for Sac State. I'll go to the next slide. So included within the project description that for the university component, it's approximately 300 acres that the property owner is proposing to donate to the Sacramento State system. We have been engaged in dialogue with them and sitting down with meetings, and those will continue as we continue through the process. It's proposed an ultimate build-out, approximately 30,000 students, which is consistent with what the existing campus today looks like down in Sacramento, broken up between about up to, I would stress, 25,000 Sac State students and 5,000 Sierra College students. Unique partnership between Sac State and Sierra College, whereby you would have what they call a transfer annex on site on this campus for Sierra College students. So you can think of it that a Sierra College student can enroll on that campus, go to take their undergrad, and then transfer into the Sac State system for their 4-year, to continue on their education with their 4-year degree on one campus. So it's a unique opportunity and partnership that's being explored on this. And we've noted, just so folks, sometimes you see these numbers and say, oh my God, but certainly this all develops over time and a lengthy period of time. And our phase one, our first phase, we're looking at up to 2,500 Sac State students and 1,000 Sierra College students, and then over a 20-year horizon, a total of about 17,000 students. I've heard numbers kind of floating around, and I think it depends year by year, but currently upwards of between 4,000 and 6,000 students in this area travel down to the Sac State. So having a campus here in partnership with Sierra College, and also with the growth that we've seen with William Jessup and the proposed university and regional university, you can see there's a lot of demand, and this will help fill that higher education gap in this area and serve our student population. Kind of with that, that's kind of a high level. I'm certainly available for a lot more questions if they arise, but Emily's going to jump in and go through more of the details and meat of what's noted in the specific plan. So thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Emily Setzer. I'm the planner for the Placer Ranch Specific Plan portion of this project. And I will go over more of the planning-related land use and zoning aspects of the project. So here we have the land use diagram. The Placer Ranch Specific Plan encompasses about 2,200 acres. It's just north of the Roseville border here. The university site is shown in blue in the center. The campus park, which is the employment center that Michelle mentioned, is shown in purple. Let's see, right in here. And then we have the town center in red and brown over here. And then most of the yellow is residential, and the greens are the open space. And the blues here are school sites. And I'll go into more detail of these on next slides. So the Plaza Ranch specific plan would include 5,827 dwelling units. The non-residential uses for this plan consist of general commercial, commercial mixed use, the campus park, and the university. There is also space for public facilities, parks, and open space. And as Michelle mentioned, there are right-of-ways for Placer Parkway and other roads. The residential uses will go from low density to medium density, such as townhouses, to high density residential, such as apartments and condos. In that low density group, there will also be included age restricted or senior community. And 2,000 units are proposed for the town center in that mixed use area. The plan also includes 2 school sites, an elementary school and a middle school, and those would be located within the Roseville City School District. In addition, there are 8 neighborhood parks totaling 53 acres. There's an active adult recreation center, paseos, and 251 acres of open space, as well as the 10 acres designated for public facilities. The campus park area is located along Placer Parkway and Foothills Boulevard, just north of the town center and the university.
We have a question.
Sure.
Could you go back to the last slide, please? Pardon me for being ignorant, but we have 21 acres for Paseos, and I don't know what Paseos is to know whether 21 acres is sufficient for it or not.
Paseos are kind of an elaborated walkway area, similar to a park, but with a walkway in it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have them in Roseville, not in Granite Bay.
So this campus park area is designed to house the business park, research and development, and light industrial uses to serve as that major employment hub. A unique feature in both the Sunset area and the Placer Ranch areas are the large properties that remain undeveloped. So the campus park land uses would cover almost 400 acres, and they are designed to be complementary to the Innovation Center uses just on the other side to the north of Placer Parkway. As Michelle described, there's the 301-acre site for the university. And as far as timeline goes, we do anticipate the residential development to go first and the non-residential development to follow. Just like Crystal mentioned in the Sunset Area Plan, the Placer Ranch specific plan has a few notable components also. This would require a general plan amendment which is critical to achieve the success of the Placer Ranch specific plan. The specific plan and the area plan require an increase in density from 21 to 30 dwelling units per acre. They also require refinement to the public facility buffer and an increase in building heights. That increase to 150 feet is shown in the campus park area, and that's really to spur the development of 10-story buildings, which is what the market is seeking. The general plan amendment to the public facility buffers is necessary for the Placer Ranch specific plan also. The proposed refinements to the buffer standards establish a provision that requires thorough review of future projects. And the intent of this is to serve as a tool to assess proposals and to work with WAPMA when undergoing project review to identify compatibility measures for nearby development. So as shown in this table, the proposed public facility buffer zone would require residences to be 2,000 feet from the landfill or 1,000 feet with approval of a specific plan or a development agreement. Residences in the Placer Ranch specific plan would be about 1,400 feet from the landfill's property line. For reference only, The residences would be about 3,000 to 4,000 feet from the active operations of the landfill, but the buffer zone does apply to the property line. That's just for reference. The commercial buffer would require commercial uses to be 500 feet from the landfill holdings or 300 feet with a specific plan or development agreement approval. And the commercial uses in the plan would be located about 300 feet from the landfill's property line. And the next step in this process would be to meet with WAPMA to outline a contribution and disclosure approach that is appropriate for the project. So this shows the Campus Park District in purple, and this is that employment center. This is a diagram of the Town Center District. It is surrounded by the campus park and the university, and it is envisioned to be an urban mixed-use district modeled after a traditional downtown. It would allow for higher intensity uses to serve the needs of employees in the Campus Park District and students and faculty from the university, and as well as residents in the nearby neighborhoods. So those uses could be grocery store, coffee shops, restaurants, retail, those sort of uses. This mixed-use component also allows for residential, because we had those 2,000 units that are allowed in this area. And so it's designed to be really walkable and bike-friendly. This yellow line is kind of going to serve as the main street of the town center. The university is to the west. These red circles are enhanced pedestrian crossings to make this safer for pedestrians. We have a park, and we're surrounded by some of the key roadways. And as part of this process, we're also going to be preparing a comprehensive transit master plan as part of the development agreement in coordination with Sac State. This will focus on transit and multimodal transportation to reduce vehicle miles traveled. With the campus park and the university as the heavy hitters here, along with the general commercial and the mixed-use areas, Placer Ranch could bring more than 16,000 jobs to the area at build-out. And again, these are intended to be largely primary wage earner jobs. The next few slides I'll go through will show the infrastructure that Placer Ranch is going to bring to the area, many of which will be a starting point for extending the critical infrastructure into the Sunset area. This diagram shows the trails and bike paths in the Placer Ranch. The red, or they look pink here, green trails, and the red and pink and green trails are paved 10-foot wide Class 1 trails, so those are separated from the road. And the dashed blue trails are on-street Class 2 bike lanes. You can see there's a really good circulatory system here for bikers and walkers. These trails are designed to connect to existing trails and planned trails in the Sunset area plan to the north, Roseville to the south, Rockland to the east, and really to enhance the regional multimodal network. The light green areas in this diagram indicate open space, while the darker green areas, well, these look yellow. So the yellow looks open space, and the green indicates the active parks. The blue, here and here, we have an elementary and a middle school site proposed. And I will note that these parks are in compliance with the currently proposed public facility recreation buffers. Here we show extensions and improvements of a few major roadways. The gray dashed line shows the right-of-way for Placer Parkway going across. And then the blue lines show improvements and extensions. So Fittyment Road, running north to south, would be improved. Foothills Boulevard, also north to south, would be improved and extended. And then Sunset Boulevard would be extended across the plan area. And as part of the environmental review process, we have been working with neighboring jurisdictions in review of the traffic study and in developing mitigation strategies. And we'll be continuing that dialogue closely as we move forward. This long blue line here indicates the PCWA regional water line, which would follow the Placer Parkway corridor. We also have backbone connections at Sunset Boulevard and Nichols Drive for water. This red star shows where a regional 5 million gallon storage tank would be located. And we have been working with PCWA in early review of all of the tech studies, and we'll continue to seek their input as we move forward. The wastewater infrastructure would connect at Fittyment Road, right there, to the Pleasant Grove wastewater treatment plant. There would also be a Foothills Boulevard connection point to the existing infrastructure in Nichols Drive and Duluth Avenue. And with that, I will hand it back to Crystal, who will finish our presentation for us.
Okay, so real quick, we had developed an outreach strategy on this project very early on, starting with a survey back in 2014 that we sent out to property owners. We've held workshops, had a lot of individual stakeholder meetings, have a website, there's been press releases, but we've also been in close coordination with these stakeholders here. So the neighboring cities, we've participated in ongoing communication with the cities of Lincoln, Rockland, and Roseville. I believe all are present here today. Staff members, and then also the Sunset Area Plan property owners. We've had meetings with them at various milestones in the process, and then Sac State as well. We have had ongoing communication regarding the goals, timelines, development details, and responsibilities, as Michelle had pointed out earlier, and then the landfill authority, engaging them about the plan, adjacent uses, the public facility buffers, their own expansion plans. They are undergoing a proposal to expand as well. And then the technical odor study. We did present that study, or the report that's in your packet. We presented that to their board back in November. So in terms of schedule, I just want to point out the schedule in your report is a little different than this. We've actively been working on preparation of a second administrative draft EIR and the timing of that. And so when your staff report was published, the schedule has changed a little bit. So I just want to point that out. This is the revised schedule and reflects the most current anticipated timeline. And then finally, open it up to questions. I do want to point out that the environmental analysis is still underway, so we do not have our environmental consultants here today, nor are we prepared to speak to any environmental issues or questions. I did notice in some of the comments that were submitted, there's questions naturally about, the environmental impacts, and we're not at that stage yet. We do anticipate that, I can go back here, but we're looking at a draft environmental to come out in the summer. And at that time, we'd be before your commission to accept comments and to really speak to those impacts. And so we have some folks in the room today. I just wanted to point out, first, we do have the property owner for Placer Ranch here and the representative, their representative. So if you have questions, they are here for questions. We also have folks from our larger team. Again, John Hinkleman from SCS Engineers, who prepared that odor report, is here. We have some key Placer County staff folks. We have the consultants who prepared the plans that are before you. And in terms of staff, Rich Moorhead is here, who can speak to anything related to transportation or Placer Parkway. Kevin Bell from our environmental engineering group is here as well, and he can answer questions related to infrastructure. And I believe Eric Otto from the Western Regional Sanitary Landfills here too, if questions come up specific to their operations. And then again, as I pointed out, we've got some city staff in the room. I know they're prepared to comment. So with that, I'll take questions. Otherwise, I'll go.
Questions?
I have a question, Mr.
Okay, Larry, go ahead.
Yes. Good to see you again. I always see you at TRP meetings.
I know, huh? I'm no longer in Tahoe.
A question I had was, or a comment perhaps, is that it didn't seem like there was a lot of discussion about transit type things. For example, bus services in and out of this area or connecting to Sacramento area or even trains or something. And it didn't seem to be too well pointed out or discussed. And I think that it's something that we desperately need to keep abreast of. You know, we're struggling with it at TRPA now. And I think in these cases where we're planning these kinds of communities, I think it's got to be the central focus, or we're going to be in desperate need later on. So just more of a comment than a...
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
No?
I'd like to I know you said you didn't want to deal with environmental issues, and we'll deal with those this summer when it comes back, but that area, because of the soil types, tends to be just loaded with vernal pools, which are obviously jurisdictional. So it's going to be interesting to see how they address that, because right now what we're seeing is they're kind of protecting riparian, seasonal water areas, but I didn't see a lot of set aside for those wetland areas that have a lot of vernal pools in them. So I assume that a lot of that's going to be done off-site at these various banks that are in the area.
Yeah, so we're currently preparing,
Right.
the environmental document, and that's a piece of it. So yeah, a little too early to go into detail on that, but certainly when we're before your commission with the draft environmental, we can speak in more detail on that.
The odor review, odor management review study that was in here was very interesting. I mean, the implications are really important to consider. And the one thing that I was disappointed in that was highlighted in it is that the complaints that come up, and there are some years there were well over 300 complaints within a year of odor issues, that there wasn't a lot of study that went behind each one of those complaints, in that the direction of the wind, and what operations were going on that day that might have done it, might have contributed to it, whether it was Roseville's wastewater treatment plant, whether it was Rio Bravo, whether it's the MRF. I think I'm hoping going forward that there's a lot more that goes into those particular studying those complaints, so that we know where is that coming from. And I would have to guess, I know the map's not up, but I would guess the majority of those complaints are coming from the city of Roseville to the south, which is about a mile away. And so if that's the case, and we're talking about pulling that buffer back and allowing even homes within 1,000 feet, I'm concerned, instead of having 5,280 feet, if we only have 1,000 feet, and we're already having issues at the 5,280 feet, that is concerning to me. So I know those things are going to be addressed, but I just don't know that. And I understand this is a very important project to the county, not just Placer Ranch, but the whole Sunset area project is very important to the county. But I'm just concerned about the implications of, because as you mentioned, the MRF is an important component to the county as well. So the implications of that, I'm just concerned about that. And the other thing that I will say, and this for the benefit of the commission, is that we did receive some letters this morning, in which I don't know that we had an adequate time to review them. And I know we're not taking action on this item. It was just to take comments related to these two projects. But I would be really interested in hearing from the agencies and municipalities that did submit these letters that we got this morning, because I don't think we had adequate time to review it. So it was from the cities, basically have weighed in on it already, and PCWA, as well as the Western Placer Waste Management Authority. And I was hoping that if they're so inclined, I'd like each of them to come up and just summarize very quickly what their concerns are or comments on it, just again for the benefit of the commission to kind of understand it, since we haven't had a chance to really dig in depth to their comments this morning.
Right. I would just point out, I'm pretty sure all of the cities are represented here today. PCWA in an email indicated that they didn't think they would be here today, though they did submit that letter. And then at first glance on the letter from the landfill authority, it looks like that was a letter that had been written back when we posted our notice of preparation for the environmental document. But I do know he is here today and prepared to speak to that and to any questions.
Yeah. Well, I would like to give them the opportunity to summarize their concerns just for the benefit of, and I'm sorry, Rich, you said you had a question?
Yeah.
Sorry.
We probably want to
I
hold our
interrupted.
comments to people from the public, but at any rate, I had a question. You know, at our last meeting, we had a rather innovative proposal for a test at the waste management area. And one of the things that came out in that proposal is the existing zoning really didn't support that, so we had to provide a variance to do the test. But I noticed that it's called the ECO or something. There's a new kind of zoning word
Right.
associated with that facility.
Right.
Maybe you could explain that in relation
Yeah.
to the
I think if I can go back, if that is okay with you, and I can talk about that. Sorry, it's way back, but I'll get there in just a minute. Here we go. So yeah, that district is called the Eco Industrial District. So it's a new designation, it supports integrated industrial and manufacturing uses. Focused on alternative waste to energy technology. So this is really the purpose statement for that district. Also recovery and reuse of solid waste related research and development. And so I think it's important to note that as we were developing that land use district and also the zoning here that you see. So the zoning is also eco-industrial, so it's implementing that land use designation. We've met with actually Eric Otto, just to make sure that we were capturing, well, first we were carrying forward the existing uses that are allowed today, but also capturing what they are anticipating with their master planning efforts. So they're looking at new technologies and new uses. And so at all these sort of steps where we were preparing these documents and the use tables that you see there in the back of the plan, we actually met to go over those, to go over the standards, just to make sure that it's reflective of their visioning, really, and their planning that they're doing.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. And then, let me see, I forget what you call it, the pink area, the dark pink area?
Yes.
Now, we've also dealt with an ultra power company in that area. And
Right.
so that would be made incompatible with that zoning?
Yeah, the idea being that we're looking at the concentration of those types of uses over in this eco-industrial. So, yes.
And so that,
But we're open to feedback. That's why we're here today.
okay,
because,
well, it's
yeah.
up to them to make the feedback, but I was,
Well, even your feedback, though, too. I mean, the idea is that we can make some refinements as we move forward.
well, I know we looked at that particular area just not too long ago where the county and that organization were buying a new grinder to actually help with the wood waste that's coming from the bug kill. And
Right.
so at any rate, I just thought about that because the county has been working pretty closely with them.
Right. And they have another 5 years. I think they got a permit for 5 years.
Okay.
And yeah, for the bark beetle infestation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's up to them to actually respond to the zoning, but we can look at
Yeah.
question that.
Yeah. So again, the idea here, is that we're shifting, right? We're shifting our focus, and so it's not that we are disallowing those types of uses in the Sunset area, but we are shifting them to other areas and concentrating those types of uses, over in this area.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other
That answers my
questions?
Okay. Anything else? I would like to ask those different agencies and the cities if they would like to come up and just again, summarize some of their concerns.
Sure.
So we understand
Great.
what they are. So maybe we could start with the Western Plaster Waste Management Authority, if you'd like to make any comments.
Here he comes.
And if you could keep it as brief as possible, I'd appreciate it.
I will do my best. Good morning. My name is Eric Otto. I'm the program manager with the Western Placer Waste Management Authority. And first of all, I'd just like to start off by thanking the county and your commission for allowing us to review and make these comments. And in particular, I'd like to thank both Crystal and Michelle for their continued efforts to engage the authority throughout this process. So very much appreciated there. The Western Placer Waste Management Authority, as you know, is comprised of the cities of Rockland, Lincoln, Roseville, and the county of Placer. We own and operate the materials recovery facility, composting facility, and Western Regional Sanitary Landfill, all of which are located at the intersection of Fidment Road in Athens. Avenue. As noted in the staff report, we're pretty much right in the middle of the Sunset area and immediately north of the Placer Ranch area. Because of these proximity to our operations, the authority continues to monitor these proposed projects closely and has previously submitted written correspondence related to both. And we've provided copies of that correspondence to your commission today for your reference. I'd also like to note that we are continuing to review the draft documents and intend on submitting additional written correspondence by the comment deadline period. While we appreciate the efforts of the county to acknowledge that the authority's operations represent a critical and necessary piece of infrastructure to the cities and the counties, the authority is concerned that the proposed land use buffer designations may have significant and long-lasting effects on the authority's ability to provide the necessary services in the future at an economically viable and sustainable manner. Furthermore, consistent with requirements of CEQA and other applicable standards, the authority believes that the cost of any mitigation measures, including potential operational modifications of the authority's facility, should be ultimately borne by the subject projects and not passed on to the authority's broader customer base. The authority believes that reasonable land use buffers, along with a meaningful, comprehensive, and ongoing parcel-based funding program, could be developed and established, could be established that applies to the majority of properties in the Sunset and Placer Ranch areas and can be used over time to provide and maintain compatibility between current and future developments in these areas. So with that, I'd just again like to thank you for the opportunity to make these comments, and again, thank staff, and we look forward to working with them to develop a successful path forward for all parties. And with that, if there's any questions about our operation or how it plays in with this plan, I'd be very happy to address them.
Any questions? Okay. All right. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you very much.
How about PCWA? Is anybody here that wants to address us on that? I take it nobody's jumping up. So Roseville, is anybody from the city of Roseville like to comment?
Here she comes, Rosie herself.
You can give us your name and your position.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Pease. I'm a planning manager with the City of Roseville. I'm happy to be here today, and I wanted to thank your staff for continuing to reach out to us. On behalf of the city, I wanted to say we are in support of Placer Ranch. We're very excited about Sac State coming. We also are excited about the job opportunities with Sunset Area Plan. With that, there are some areas that we want to continue to work with county staff on. As Crystal and Michelle had indicated, we share 3 miles of a common border. We have existing roadways with connections on foothills, Wood Creek, Oaks, and Fittimet. So we want to make sure that any impacts to traffic are looked at. We want to make sure that we address the mitigation. We also share concerns on the landfill. We want to make sure that our ratepayers don't have an increase in their fees because of the projects. And then finally, we want to make sure that public services are addressed. We anticipate that there are probably, with mutual aid, an opportunity for more calls for our police and firefighters. So we want to look at that. And then finally, any impacts to parks. So if you had any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Any questions? All right.
Thank you.
How about Rockland? Would you like to comment?
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, and staff. I'm Laura Webster with the City of Rockland. This is a significant project with a number of exciting aspects that could enhance economic prosperity in South Placer. But as with all big things, there are items and details that need to be dealt with carefully. Your staff is hardworking and has a very difficult task. We don't envy them that. We appreciate the opportunity to review the draft policy documents and have done our best to provide comments to you in the letters within the timelines before the meeting, but we understand that you didn't have an opportunity to review most of it. I won't go into detail in every item, but we'll try to summarize some of the more important ones. So items that we have touched on include that we believe information is needed prior to making any determination regarding the proposed reductions in landfill buffers, especially when introducing housing closer to the landfill. Some of the recommendations we made in our letter are that technologies and costs to address current odor issues and what level of improvement they would have on odor reduction needs to be provided. Identification of the types and technologies and costs that would be required then beyond that to allow closer residential development needs to be better understood in order to consider the viability of the landfill and its useful life to be continued. How does the county propose to pay with the enhanced technologies without passing those costs on to the WAMPMA or existing ratepayers? And also, what impact from the volume perspective of what would be produced in garbage, essentially from the intensification of all these land uses, how does that impact the useful life of the landfill? They're currently doing their expansion planning, but I don't believe that waste production from these projects are being incorporated currently into those assumptions. We've also brought up questions about how proposed level of service, VMT, and transit policies would function in practice without creating negative effects on the existing facilities and services in adjacent jurisdictions. The only reference we found in the documents to transit was discussing briefly the concept of possibly extending the Lincoln Sierra College transit route that currently is the main fixed route within Rockland and then does serve the casino and parts of Lincoln. That's a very constrained route right now. We can't even make deviations to add additional stops without dramatically affecting the viability of that route. And so we're recommending that additional separate transit opportunities and methods be considered for these areas. We'd also think there's need for better understanding and have suggested some policy language to ensure that critical services such as fire, police, amenities, and parks will be provided concurrently with new development to avoid the creation of negative impacts on adjacent jurisdictions. And finally, we've posed a few questions regarding the proposed entitlement processes and level of environmental review that would be completed at the specific plan level and in future proposed administrative level permits for some unique land uses in some of the proposed zones, including the large emergency shelters, amusement parks, amphitheaters, arenas, and heliports and helipads. We hope that our comments and questions will assist the county as it continues to move forward with further refinement and processing of the current plans, and we welcome future opportunities to cooperate in those dialogues. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
City of Lincoln?
Thank you. I'm Matt Wheeler, Community Development Director for the City of Lincoln. And we echo many of the comments of our neighboring agencies and have shared those concerns and topics with your staff. We believe that we're adequately at the table with your staff in the joint review of the traffic analysis, its scoping, and its early review. In addition, we are particularly interested in the overlap between the Sunset Area Plan and the City of Lincoln's sphere of influence. There is an overlap between the two that was pointed out. And so we are working with your staff on how that will be addressed during entitlement processes and the plan review. But we share concerns of market rate analysis for the industrial and the commercial aspects of it, as well as the largely the traffic impacts and cumulative traffic impacts between City of Lincoln growth and the Sunset Plan. So I'd not like to echo in detail all of the things that have already been brought up by other agencies, but we do share those same concerns. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right. I don't see any, so thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, now I'm going to open it up for public comment on this, on these two plans. And as I said earlier, the limit is 3 minutes on your comments, even if you're representing a group. So you will see that you'll have a green light as soon as you hit the light goes to yellow. You have 30 seconds to wrap up, and then there will be a buzzer that will end when it turns red. So would ask that you keep your comments brief and to the point. And as you come up, if you will give your name, and so that we can put it into the record. We'll open that up.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Marilyn Jasper, speaking on behalf of Public Interest Coalition. Appreciate staff's report, presentation, clarified some issues, and created some new questions. Something that's should be looked at, these are just comments. We've got property owners who are developers, or who may be developers, I should say, And we've got some folks who do not want more government, they want less government, and yet we have Placer County being playing the developer role. Okay, that has been done with some other government agencies, but whether they were pushed into it or voluntarily jumped into the water, that's kind of a question. But the bigger problem, or issue, shouldn't say problem, the county is also going to be the lead agency. So would that not be somewhat of a conflict of interest? Who's protecting citizens? Who's protecting the natural resources when you've got both the lead agency and the developer, quote unquote, making the plans? And also the cost that we'll see when the financial information is released, we can deal with that. Everybody has pretty much expressed concerns that we have on the landfill buffers. Reducing those, I believe, is not the way to go, but maybe more importantly, when that landfill went through its environmental process, the buffers were part of the mitigation measures. So do we just toss those out the window because we want more development on lands nearby? We'll have to deal with those when it happens. And then last, we have the vehicle mile travel issue, the state mandate, yet we have the county expanding thoroughfares. And you've already touched on the elephant in the room. Public transit and or other modes of transportation are not being addressed. They should be at the top of the list. So thank you for your time, and I know you've explained you're going to be taking a break, but I submitted comments to you early this morning, sorry, and I won't be able to stick around after lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Right.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Stan Nader. I'm the mayor, of Lincoln. I want to correct the statement that your staff made regarding active engagement with electeds between Placer County supervisors and the cities. That has not taken place. There's been no official meeting. We finally got a meeting scheduled for March 1st, but it took a long time to get there. Also, I've talked to Supervisor Wygant some time ago about this project, and I'm concerned that this commercial portion of this project has the potential to cannibalize the three cities and their business district. And he committed to me that he would not allow that to happen. I wanted you to know that. I would also like to tell you that I don't believe shrinking the buffer is an appropriate action to take place. And I'll tell you why. I served represented the city of Lincoln on the Waste Management Board when the MRF was created. And consequently to that, I worked at the facility for 10 years and managed the composting operation. I'm well aware of the impacts that it can have in surrounding areas. Also, I left the MRF after 10 years, and I created my own composting company with a friend of mine in Wheatland. We were very successful. We were shipping compost all over the California. We were selling it 10 times the market rate because we created a niche market with contractors who do work for Caltrans. We were making 10 times the normal price for compost. We ended up having to shut down our operation because of regulation. I would submit to you the same thing will happen to the landfill if you shrink this buffer. And I will be staying, if you have additional questions that you would like to ask me because of my knowledge about the operation of the MRF and specifically the compost operation. During your discussion, if you would like additional information, I would be more than happy to address any questions you might like to ask, because I don't have time to explain everything to you at this moment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I was just corrected. When that yellow comes on, you have a minute to wrap up instead of 30 seconds.
Good morning. My name is Yushou Chen, the Planning Monitoring Section Manager from Placer County Air Pollution Control District, and the district office is 110 Maple Street, Auburn, California. First, in our district, we would like to thank you the opportunity to have opportunity to comment the county's Sunset and the Placer Ranch specific plan. And the district understands that this plan is very important to the county for the next 30 years. And the district support that the vision of the comprehensive land use can promote and support economic development and job growth within the Western Placer area. On the other hand, the district is the public agency responsible for overseeing the air quality within Placer County. One of our primary responsibilities is to investigate and resolve the public complaint regarding air pollution, which may adversely impact the local community, such as the release of the excessive odor, smoke, engine exhaust, dust, or chemicals. So the proposed Sunset and Placer Ranch specific plan is located within 1 mile buffer to the Western Regional Sanitary Landfill site. And then there is the master plan being prepared for the landfill site for the future operational expansion. And under the current 1 mile buffer, they already have substantial odor complaints being received annually and continues to occur within the planning area. So the district has a concern that the proposed plan may result in more odor complaints and promote an outcry for the future residents if there's no any mitigation measures has been identified and implemented by the landfill site when that the proposed specific plan been approved. The district realized that the Sunset and the Placer Ranch specific plan proposed the revision of the general plan amendment to shorten the buffer distance between the land use, the residential land use and the landfill site from 1 mile, which is 5,280 feet down to the 2,000 feet, and be possible as close to 1,000 feet. And currently, no further study has been released to justify how that the buffer distance, 1 mile distance, can be reduced. And the district hopes that the more detailed discussion and the study or evaluation can be released in the following environmental review process. But district is going to provide a written comment on this general plan amendment, and the district hope we can have the opportunity to work with the county and the landfill authority to identify any possible or equitable odor emission mitigation strategy and able to reduce the potential odor complaint could happen in this area. And thank you for the time to comment.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Jean Wilson. I'm president of the Redbud chapter of the California Native Plant Society.
Time's up.
I'm speaking on behalf of our chapter, which covers Placer and Nevada counties, and also of the statewide California Native Plant Society organization, which is a nonprofit environmental organization with over 10,000 members in the state of California. Our mission is to protect and preserve California's native plant heritage, working with decision makers, scientists, and local planners. With that in mind, we did submit extensive comments on the the notice of preparation that was released in 2016, and I understand that it's too soon to make comments on the EIR at this point because it's in process, but I note that there do not seem to be of any impact of our comments in the plan itself. It looks pretty similar to what was before, and if it's premature to comment on the EIR, I'm wondering why the Placer Ranch specific plan repeatedly refers to the EIR as completed and certified, and also refers to it as a resource and an implementing document for the preliminary plan in the present tense, not in the future tense. So I think that with that in mind, it sort of looks as if the decision's already been made and anything we say about the environment isn't really going to be taken into account because as far as the planners are concerned, it already exists and they've all been approved. My concern specifically is that the plan lacks specificity for the public and California Native Plant Society to make informed comments. Virtually, just to echo what Commissioner Nader said, virtually all of the area covered by this plan, both plans, are within federally designated vernal pool recovery core area, and that's been the case since 2005. They are very sensitive areas. They're very important areas. Vernal pools not only are home to a lot of native, rare native plants and animals, but they also are significantly important for water quality, storm drainage, aquifer restoration, and a number of other things. And just paving them over or bulldozing them is very dangerous environmentally in terms of what the repercussions will be from that. And there is nothing in this plan that talks about how they're going to accommodate 8,000 plus homes and 9 million square feet of commercial, industrial, and retail space without simply removing all of these pools. One last point, you cannot just pick up and move a vernal pool or recreate it. It will not be the same. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Marcus LaDuca, representing the owner, builder, developer of the Placer Gold Industrial Park, which this Commission approved about a year and a half ago. I'd first like to start and thank Ms. Jacobson and Ms. Setzer for getting a preliminary public review draft out this early of the Sunset Area Plan. It's very, very helpful. We've had meetings with staff before relative to our comments and concerns as the project moves forward, and getting something out this early in the process, well in advance of the EIR coming out and hearings starting on the project is very, very helpful. My client took over the Formica plant, the vacant Formica building years ago. It had been fairly stripped inside. He had to put in millions of dollars to even get it to the point where we could start marketing it. It's over 80% leased now. This commission approved the 50 acres around that to the east and to the south there at the terminus of Cincinnati Avenue. He's now developing that project. He has brought in and is continuing to bring in primary wage earner jobs to that area, in addition to the 130 acres on the western half of the project. We are completing our review of the draft plan. We do have some comments and concerns that we'll submit to staff next week relative to the change in some of the requirements and some of the inconsistencies that are set forth in the plan relative to our approved conditions of approval, the development standards that apply to the project, and permitted uses that we have that are vested on the site. And so we'll be submitting those to your staff, but we look forward to continuing to work with them. They've been very good to work with over the few years as this has moved forward in the process. And we, again, continue to look forward to implementing our project and seeing the Sunset Area Plan come to fruition. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Change. Good afternoon. My name's Jim Kuhn. I live in Western Placer, actually 2.2 miles exactly west of where the landfill is. I appreciate you guys having this discussion. Issue I have with part of it is, this is what I found on the internet as far as the letter that drafts and explains that who is going to be here and all that. Center column, third line on the bottom, is a area called Toad Hill Estates, which is where I live, and there's 100 homes out there, and nobody got this letter that I know of. I've talked to over a dozen of my fellow neighbors, and nobody got this letter, so there's a lack of communication there. I have been in this area. I've gone to every one of the meetings that the landfill has had, which are 7. I personally know Eric. The landfill is getting overrun by complaints. I think the number that was thrown out, 300, I think that's probably not an actual number. Mr. Nader, I believe that you hit this thing with a 10,000-pound sledgehammer as far as what you feel as far as with the landfill. Every time that we go to one of these meetings, which I think is either in September or October every year, and they're gracious as far as what they put on, as far as, and I invite anybody to go because they're awesome. They're very forthcoming as far as what they do. The buffer of a mile getting shrunk down to 500 feet, a quarter mile, I think is absolutely ridiculous. There's going to be everybody complaining about it. You can't go to the corner of Fittiment and Sunset Boulevard West or Athens and Fittiment without having some notification to your nose as far as what that place smells like. And I think it's just absolutely absurd. The last point I'll make is the traffic that we have in that area is just absolutely outrageous. There's accidents all the time. I personally witnessed 2 accidents on the corner of Sunset and Fittiment where I'm sitting there at the light waiting and all that. They finally put a light or a stop sign in, which was great, but the traffic is crazy. I hope Placer Parkway gets built first if they do anything, and then opens that up, and then they can sit there and do whatever they're going to do. If this goes through like it looks like it's going to happen, we have no choice, but they need to do something with Sunset. In the evening, there's a lineup of 50 cars waiting to go either left or right, typically either going to the casino or Lincoln or something like that. And it's a thoroughfare that if you are doing 55, you're going to get passed over a double yellow line because somebody wants to do 70 and you're just not going fast enough. I've witnessed through this year so far probably 6 or 8 people running off the side of the road. You can just look at the road and see somebody's tracks. Anyway, I'm done. Thank you for having us.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, where did you say you lived?
I live, if you this is Fittiment going north. Here is Sunset. Actually, it would be this way because it dead ends. So then this would be the landfill. I live 2.2 miles to the west.
Okay.
And actually, this is I think this is the landfill right here. I live out over here. This Sunset goes here to 7099. There's a street out here called Amoruso.
Okay.
All right, I live on Amoruso.
I know where you live then.
Yeah, I lived there 27 years.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. Excuse that cold. My name is Leslie Warren. I'm here for Advocates Lead. It's a collaboration of organizations, environmental and political, that are dedicated to recruiting progressive candidates to run for local offices and to empower citizens to speak articulately at public hearings like these. I appreciate the work that the staff is doing to implement the Board of Supervisors' vision for the Sunset Industrial area, Placer Ranch area. But I just think what we haven't done today is put into context what's out there. And what's out there is a rare habitat, 2,200 acres of which include vernal pools. It's also 8,000 acres of farmland with soils that the state of California has declared important. To have a farm, an area where food can be produced close into an urban area, when we really don't know what is in our future, who knows how many decades out, I think is important for us to acknowledge as we go forward with a plan like this. Also, that area supports rare and endangered species, and it supports a very important migratory population of waterfowl that depend on that habitat for survival to go to the Arctic, and then when they go back down to their summer feeding grounds. For us to take out this amount of critical habitat for migratory species, including raptors, is something that we should really weigh carefully. The tricolored blackbird, the burrowing owl, Swainson's hawk, other species that are either on the threatened list or endangered are also a resident there, and we should be very careful that what we do doesn't push those animals to the point of extinction. I have very little time, but I just wanted to address housing. 31,000 high-wage earner jobs in Sunset Industrial Area, 13,000 high-wage earner jobs in Placer Ranch. The fact that the county is 50% delinquent in meeting the state's mandate for affordable housing, the fact that more than 54% of Placer County population requires housing affordable to purchase in the range of $277,000 to $344,000. The fact that we're building primarily urban sprawling housing for primary wage earners is just I think there's a social injustice issue here for two reasons. Each of those primary wage earners, I would wager, needs about 20 sub-level incomes to support their existence, be it their gardener or be it the clerk in their office. Secondly, we're asking people that have the least ability to pay to drive into the Placer Ranch Sunset Industrial Area to work, because the housing that's going to be provided there isn't going to be housing that will accommodate them. This plan has an opportunity to identify more than a 10% low, moderate income housing ratio. In Davis, their community plans say 25% of the housing should be of low, moderate, and very low income. I think that this plan, it's a new vision, we're breaking new ground here, that this plan's ratio of housing should reflect the existing mix of demographics and income in Placer County, not simply say 10%, of which Placer County has not even produced 10% in the existing massive growth that we've seen. So I'm sorry Jeffrey left, and I'm sorry we have two members that aren't here, but I think what we're doing here in West Placer requires some very, very careful thinking.
I would encourage you, if you haven't already, to submit a letter with your concerns so that they can be addressed as well.
Yeah, you know, I didn't get to say because of this machine.
No,
I mean, the CO2 that we're talking about generating, the CO2 that's sequestered in the property, the fact that Placer County taxpayers, I, have paid for the $5 million plus in studies that have been done for this project, and the benefits of this project aren't going to accrue back to the taxpayers that have foot the bill. Just like Mr. Otto said, he doesn't feel like the adaptations at the MRF should be spread over existing users. Yeah, we're not incurring these costs down here in West Placer, and we shouldn't be expected to bear them, be it infrastructure, fire, police, schools, the roadways, the staff, all the consultants, whatever that costs that this project is incurring for the county, and taxpayers, because the county's acting as developer, are picking up the tab. We should be compensated, and we should be able to roll that money back into libraries, streets, schools, human services for the people that paid the bill. I don't want my tax money to subsidize these in-migrants that a Google campus might bring in their high-paid employees with them. So it's a social justice question that I think needs to be seriously addressed.
Again, I would encourage you to submit those in writing so that we have.
Well, it would end up being a thesis, but you get my point.
Okay.
She used to be on this commission.
Good morning, Mike Arabedian, Placer Group, Sierra Club. My time's already up.
She used your time.
Boy, is it. Well, I wanted to address two items, try to cover them as briefly in a few minutes, and that is affordable housing and transit. I'll save the affordable housing for the last minute since it's just been covered by Leslie. The concerns that Commissioner Severson has and Rockland expressed to you, we had, and we came here saying you need to have public workshops just like this on affordable housing and on transit. We need to have the kind of staff work and document even the summaries, even the recognition in the staff report that addresses those issues. On affordable housing, we need to know specifics. We need to know where and what and how it's going to come about. We need to understand that there isn't going to be any in lieu fee spending. We need to know that this is going to be in the development and where it's going to be. On affordable housing, the market rate focus of affordable housing that's happening here is a problem. The study in statewide, you need $64,000 income to afford renting an average two-bedroom home, and that takes working 23 hours a day. 3/4 of those who left California since 2007 made less than $50,000. And a study in San Mateo found that 1 in 3 displaced households reported some period of homelessness or more marginal housing, suggested that this market housing focus is helping to cause homelessness. But no doubt it creates market rate housing creates a higher burden for low-income homeowners. Now, it's hard for us to not forget what happened with Placer Vineyards. There, the county came in, starting last year, and they reduced the amount of parks that was planned. They reduced the open space. They even changed the mitigation next to near high-voltage power lines. So, the need for a commitment and knowing what's going to happen with transit and housing and how it's going to be managed. We need to see that on the ground. We can't wait. Without that, you shouldn't go forward with this until you have those answers and we know how, from person's home to store or work, how this transit is integrated with walking and bike use and mini transit, whatever it takes to have a connection to transit and getting to work in or out of the area. We've got to know that now. This is a long-term plan, and as we all know, the roads, the highways, and the ones that can't be improved because they're already built in the developed areas, they're overloaded now. So it's a serious problem, and we've got to go back to square one, and get before us the same workshops we're having today on those two topics.
Michael, I will tell you there is a forum on March 20th in this building on housing. So I think that would be an important one for the community to come and weigh in on their thoughts on this, because it is housing is an urgent issue, not just to Placer County, but to the state. Affordable housing and workforce housing. So.
I agree, and these studies are being done because of that. And I went to the initial presentation when all of the options were being presented to the Board of Supervisors that they could potentially look at to deal with affordable housing, and it's been narrowed down. So yeah, that's an important, critical effort, but that should not take away from the need for this development for the county, really, because the county has a major role in this. They set an example,
right,
on both issues.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nader and members of the Planning Commission. Sometime last year,
give us your name.
Peter Gilbert, Lincoln City Council.
Thank you.
Sometime last year, during my year as mayor of Lincoln, a letter was prepared representing the cities of Lincoln, Roseville, and Rockland, approaching about 250,000 people. And in that letter, by the way, it was addressed to your supervisors and county manager. In that letter, our city managers, along with the 3 mayors, requested that we meet and talk about some of the issues that were brought up today. In fact, when we wrote the letter, some of the issues that were brought up today didn't even exist. And so, to that end, I want to make sure that the Planning Commission members have that letter before you get to any decisions. We certainly feel that we'd like to support this project, but you've heard from the dozen people before me a lot of issues that I'm not going to waste your time because they are very important to those 250,000 people and whatever number we build in the future of Lincoln, Roseville, Rockland, and your project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Veronica Blake, I'm with Placer Community Foundation, and I'm here to just say a few things about affordable housing. We remain concerned about the affordable housing crisis in this county. As Leslie stated, 54% of our residents can't afford to live here, and that's according to the county's own housing element. We have a unique opportunity, and when we look at projects of this size and scope, we really need to consider that they're meeting the workforce and affordable housing needs. both in rental housing and in purchase housing. The plan references the creation of 31,000 jobs, so we just need to make sure that there's enough housing for all of the wage earners. Two things I'd hope that you would consider as this plan is being considered. One is that in lieu fees for being accepted by the county for affordable housing should not be accepted, and also that dormitories at the university should not be counted to meet the affordable housing requirement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Burkham. I live in Granite Bay. I wanted to echo what Marilyn Jasper said and also talk about in lieu of fees. I actually came here to talk about the zoning text amendment, but it seems like the same issues keep coming up over and over again. I'm concerned what Marilyn Jasper said about the developer and the county kind of playing both sides of the role. And the reason I say that is in District 4, we have had very good success with our community plan. Just recently, we've had the first amendments being pushed through to our community plan, zoning amendments, 12 of them, and the same cast of character, Mr. LaDuca and several planners that consistently put amendments through. We've asked for population studies, general cumulative traffic study, and a sewer district study, and yet all these amendments keep going through. We've asked for build-out numbers. If we can't get it right in District 4 and not have those numbers produced and we keep piling things into the system, how can we get it right on a very complex project like this? And I will point out two of the projects by the lead developer on this were Eureka at Granite Bay, one of the most dangerous intersections, already in F. We have shortages of 42 parking spaces. If we can't get a project like that right, how are we going to get a multi-complex project like this right? I think that some of the impacts for these larger cumulative studies need to be looked at before we start looking at multiple districts, multiple cities trying to do the same thing. I also wanted to mention that in lieu of fees, one of the projects, I believe it was on recently, Ventura at Granite Bay, the in lieu of fees, 68% of the trees on that lot, which isn't even that big, it's like 6 acres maybe, are being taken down. 48 trees that are heritage oaks, just on one property alone, Whitehawks. Almost 800 trees are going to be taken out. Having a fund that's like a black hole where there's no accountability, and we have trees that will never be replaced and two-story buildings being put, and we're creating urban sprawl in our area, and I think it's something that we need to think about before we cannot recover from that. And this, I think, has the same possibilities. Thank you.
She made a case for birth control.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Seen him somewhere before.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is George Phillips. I'm here this morning, still, no, afternoon, on behalf of Placer Ranch, Inc. Obviously, you've heard a lot about Placer Ranch this morning. I'd just like to provide some contextual comments after some of the commenters you've heard. And the previous speaker just mentioned a community plan in Granite Bay. I think the thing that's worth stressing here is that the Sunset Industrial Area is an approved community plan in Placer County. It calls for urban development in an 8,000 acre area. It has anticipated the conversion of biological resources, farmland for 40 plus years. So this is really an update, as your staff has told you this morning, for this plan area. It's a rebranding and a new vision that's been presented. And obviously there are lots of issues to be worked out, particularly with the affected agencies, the neighboring cities through this process. But it is an update to an existing community plan. And then I also just want to thank staff and also thank the county, because the Board of Supervisors did take a very bold move in 2016 because they had already initiated the update to the Sunset Industrial Area. That planning process had already been initiated. Placer Ranch was being processed in the city of Roseville. That application was withdrawn. And the County Board of Supervisors understood the strategic nature of the Placer Ranch project, the importance of a Sac State campus in Placer County, and the ability to utilize some of the technical work that had already been prepared for Placer Ranch and fold that into this community plan update. So actually, instead of a negative, I think it was an incredibly bold move by the Board of Supervisors to take advantage of that work that had been done and fold it into this community plan update. And lastly, I want to let you know that your staff and the ownership of Placer Ranch have been very engaged with Sac State. We meet with them regularly, as recently as last week, with both CSU representatives of the entire CSU system and Sac State on the master planning of the Placer Ranch property. They are reviewing documents with your staff and are thoroughly engaged in this process, and will be engaged in the environmental review process as well as all your planning documents, and they are excited about this opportunity. So with that, I just wanted to thank you, and also thank all the feedback you've heard this morning. This will be a better plan because of all the input you're going to receive. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it doesn't look like we have anybody else, so I'm going to close the public hearing part and bring it back to the commission for any questions or comments.
Scheduling, when do we hear it again?
Let's see, when it's, Crystal, when's the next time it comes back to us? It's this summer, isn't it?
Correct, yeah. It would be at the time that the draft environmental document is out for public review. We will be back before your commission for input on that document.
Okay.
Just a couple of comments in general, if I could, please. If we're updating documents and exhibits, can we include railroad tracks and spurs and stuff in there, please? If it's in there, it's too small for me to see.
Of course, great point. Thank you.
And then with comments on that, in areas in that industrial area there that is served by railroad and railroad spurs, I think it's important that we keep as an intensive a manufacturing and industrial type zoning as the county allows anywhere. Spurs are few and far between, and getting new ones is a very difficult and expensive process. Zoning these out of use, I think, would be a waste. In the county's attempt to encourage more high-tech and better quality development out here, one of the things we need to be aware of is the fees. It's what slowed down a lot of projects out there already. I think there's other jurisdictions around that are competing for these same users and will get more aggressive than Placer County has seemed willing to get in the past to get them. And I hear new terms like contributions thrown out, which just set my alarm off again because it's a fee. And it makes it a less desirable area to develop as those fees start increasing. With regards to the landfill, I think the idea of an odor-free dump is something out of a fairy tale. I mean, maybe at some point technology will get there, but garbage stinks. I don't think it takes a brain surgeon to figure that one out. If we are going to reduce the buffers and allow residential type encroachment within closer to that dump, we almost need the equivalent of the right to farm ordinance that goes there, and same thing, a right to manufacture and a right to, that puts people purchasing residential property or moving into residential property there, or that there is manufacturing, there is a dump, and it's going to stink and it's going to be noisy if you live right next door to it, especially in those areas where the buffers might be reduced. Otherwise, eventually, the population will get high enough that the manufacturing, the dump, and everything else will get squeezed out. Or we'll have to make contributions to create an odor-free dump. Anyway, that's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, Jeff.
I just like to ask staff to send us this letter that Mr. Gilbert from Lincoln referred to, if it's only a page or two, I don't want to get another 10 or 12 page. If it's a short one, I'd just like to see what the cities, those 3 cities sent the county, to see what it might tell me. May not tell me anything, but since he requested it, I think that's appropriate.
But we'll distribute it to the commissioners.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Larry, Rich, do you have any other questions or
I
comments?
think it's interesting concept.
Okay, well, again, this is coming back to us. We're just right now picking up comments, so I appreciate all of you that attended for this purpose. And as I alerted you at the beginning of our meeting that we were probably not going to meet our timelines, particularly to the zoning text amendment issue, and that we were going to take a lunch break. And so we're going to do that right now, which it is about 20 to 1. And I'm going to see if we can hold it to a half hour, and then we'll reconvene to deal with the zoning text amendment. So thank you, everybody who, again, attended for this last item, and your comments.
Show me the way through the lunch calendar.
Yeah, that's going to be that's true.
And that gal spoke on and on. Everything makes it so worthwhile. We have these lovely ladies waiting on us.
Yes.
Nice to be taken care of.
Yes. It's at least some compensation for the torture we go through.
Are you going to limit me to 3 minutes?
Hey, we're all here. I guess we could reconvene. Okay, we're going to reconvene with our last item of the day, zoning text amendment. George, it's all yours.
Thank you, Chairman Nader. It's nice to be before you again. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is George Rosasco. I'm a principal planner in charge of current planning with the Placer County Planning Services, and I'm here to present at the workshop today the proposed Chapter 17 zoning text amendments. So, by way of background, this originally started in 2006. It was placed on hold due to the economic downturn. We restarted the zoning text amendment in 2017 when our staffing levels came up enough for us to be able to dedicate resources, human resources, to it again. Also, you should know that I've gone to all 13 of the MACs in the county. Specifically, I've gone to the Granite Bay MAC twice. I've gone to the Meadow Vista MAC twice. And I've gone to the Weemore Applegate Colfax MAC twice. The rest of them only required me to be there one time to come to a decision. However, during that MAC process, some very good things came to light that staff actually took to heart and listened to. So with that in mind, we are, when we come back for a recommendation after this workshop, we are going to recommend that all the coverage changes that are proposed in the zoning text amendment be removed from this zoning text amendment and then looked at in light of the amendments that are proposed to remove obstacles to housing, which we are mandated to do by the state, and that's coming forward soon. So the things that I'm recommending, the change in coverage in the planned unit development, the proposal to allow hearing bodies to determine alternative setbacks in the commercial zone districts, all those things, staff will recommend that they come out of this zoning text amendment and that they be moved forward to the new amendments that are coming forward with regard to the housing that we are in the process of looking at right now. Excuse me. So with that, let me just launch into what is actually proposed. These are the proposed changes to land use definitions. Add the land use newsstands as an allowed use at airfields, airstrips, and airports. Add a definition for ground-mounted residential solar electric generating systems where one did not previously exist. These have become very much more popular. We didn't have a definition for them, and we didn't have a section dealing with them. This zoning text amendment has a definition and a section dealing with solar. Addition of a street side, which requires setback definitions to be revised. More on that in a little bit. Updated the definition of structure to match the current definition adopted in the Placer County building codes. We added a definition of highway plan and highway deficiency report. These documents have both been adopted by the board. Specifically, the highway deficiency report has been adopted since 1967. They've just never been defined as part of the zoning ordinance. So we're putting them in so people can actually know what they are. We're recommending that the definition for net lot area be removed. The way we calculate lot area now is if your parcel is 5 acres or smaller, any access easement that goes across it is deducted from the area, and you have to have a net area that meets the zoning minimum. What we're proposing now is that all parcels are based on their gross size, like the ones that we do now that are larger than 5 acres.
George?
Yes.
Originally, if I remember correctly, going a long time ago, I mean, we had like 5-acre zoning and 10-acre zoning.
Yeah.
And then because of that net acreage thing, it went down to 4.6.
Yeah, it's a problem, but these didn't change.
Those did, that's.
So really, what we're talking about is gross acreage doesn't kick on until 10 acres.
10 acres or more.
Right.
But we'll still keep with the 2.3 and the 4.6 acre zonings.
Yeah, because it won't matter anymore because everything will be based on gross. if you're zoned 10,000 square feet and you have 10,000 square feet, regardless of the access easements that go across it, you'll meet the zoning minimum.
And again, if you have 4.6 acres and you're zone 2.3, you'll now be able to split that without having to deduct for the access to one of those parcels that would have made it unsplittable to start.
Exactly. Travel-ready and vehicle ownership. These are two definitions that we were asked to put in by code enforcement. These will help them deal with abandoned cars and trailers that are on site being used and camped in illegally. We've added a definition of nuisance also at the request of code enforcement. This has been done in conjunction with a new or a significantly altered nuisance abatement section, which is meant to deal with creating a nuisance abatement hearing officer instead of using the Planning Commission, and also to set up the hearing process to go through that nuisance abatement hearing. 20 zone districts are proposed to be amended to reflect the addition of a street side setback. Diagrams have been revised to reflect a street side setback. So really, what is a street side setback? The way we calculate front setbacks in this county right now, if you look at the cul-de-sac lot, those two corner lots, where it's blue and purple, you would have two front setbacks assessed there. What we're proposing is that where you enter the property, the blue area, that would be a front setback, and then the purple area would be less than a front setback. It would be a street side, so it would essentially be considered a side setback. One of the reasons that this is important is that in the last 18 months, we've done 80 variances. 30% of those were to deal with parcels with multiple fronts, okay? 25 of those were all approved. That's the total 30%, 25 all approved. 17 of the 25 were on parcels that were zoned 100 square feet or less, and only 7 were actually on parcels that were 1 acre or smaller, which leads me to my point. One of the things that came up at the Meadow Vista MAC was that the reason this came up is that you've seen them, like the park at Granite Bay. We're getting subdivisions that have houses that are on smaller lots and are much closer. And the setbacks that we have are basically designed for rural parcels. It does not work well in those situations. Every jurisdiction that surrounds us has a street side. Nevada County, Placer County, El Dorado County, Auburn, Rockland, Roseville, Colfax. It's not an uncommon thing. It's very common. We just don't have it. But my point is that it needs to be dealt with a lot of things that are going on in Western Placer County. What came up at the Meadow Vista MAC was, well, that's great, George, but in Meadow Vista, we don't have houses on 3,000 or 4,000 square foot lots, and we like our rural feel and that sort of thing. So what do you think about making it a cutoff? And my thought was, yeah, okay, let me go back and look. And my thought was either an acre or smaller would have a street side assessed, and then we would just assess the front setbacks the way we assess them now, or 2.3. The recommendation from staff after running the numbers is clearly to capture the majority of those variances and make them disappear, it needs to be 2.3 or lower to have a street side setback, and anything above 2.3, that's zone 2.3, would not have a street side setback. We would assess setbacks the way we assess them now. If you had access easements abutting them, you'd have a front setback.
And you'd have two fronts in effect.
You can have 4 fronts.
Well, yeah, well, I was thinking at that house there in the corner.
Yeah, the way we would assess it now on the cul-de-sac, both of those cul-de-sac lots, I mean, on the street,
corner.
Yeah, would have 2 fronts.
2 fronts, yeah.
Yeah. So these are other changes that are proposed. Revise the combining building site district to reflect addition of a street side. Move the 20-foot setback from the face of garage requirement to the design of parking section at 1754-070. Just made more sense there. It's a cleanup item. The density limitation combining zone district section has been revised to eliminate a formula for determining lot size and has been replaced by a simplified table showing minimum lot sizes for single and multifamily dwellings. It's important to note here, there's been a lot of questions about this. The changes that I proposed to that section have no bearing on what is or isn't allowed. It just makes it easier to use. So if you ran the formula, the size parcel has not changed in the chart that I'm proposing. It's the exact same thing. It just eliminates a lot of steps. It puts it all in one chart. Exact same thing, just much more user-friendly.
Question.
Yes.
George, this isn't going to be retroactive, is it? In other words, is it not going to affect existing subdivisions? These are just where you're doing new parcel splits or new subdivisions?
It would be retroactive in the sense that depending on whatever is approved, like a street side, that would be retroactive in the sense unless the subdivision was a planned unit development that had specified setbacks, that people who are on these pieces of property that this would apply to would be able to take advantage of these changes.
Okay, is it going to make, do you envision it making any or a lot of or very few parcels unusable that are existing today?
You mean the changes?
Yeah.
No, I don't envision it making anything unusable that is usable today.
Okay.
I think it's just, it's an issue of, and we're talking about street side setbacks right now? Is that what we're talking about?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the street side setback came out as a sort of a way to eliminate the problem. You know, when in 18 months, 30% of your variances deal with one thing,
Yeah.
you need to take a look at that one thing in your ordinance and decide if that's really appropriate to still have or not. In my mind, if 30% of the variances that we have to look at deal with this exact issue, it needs to be looked at and revised in some fashion to eliminate that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So,
No, when we have public comment, you can't.
Pardon me?
When we have public comment.
So we'll be able to go back and to look at this
You can't.
at
Yes.
the end?
Yes.
change the height measurement of a structure to be from approved grade, not from natural grade. The way our ordinance reads right now is, regardless of what the ultimate grade is on a project, it's measured from what the original grade was. This is problematic in the sense that, for instance, there's a project that was proposed in Granite Bay. It's a very large project, tall, long expanse. And based on the natural grade, it's 36 feet. Okay. But the project calls for that area to be pad graded. So when you pad grade it, from the bottom of the pad to the top of the roof is 41 feet. Okay? But our ordinance doesn't give us the ability to measure it from the approved pad, only from the natural grade. So essentially, by approving a pad, you're allowing someone 5, 6, 7 additional feet. And I think the intent of the ordinance was wherever you put that structure, whether it's on a slope or on a pad, that the height should be measured from the bottom to the roof.
Is there, currently there's provisions, at least I know up in the Tahoe area and stuff, that have exemptions to that when slopes are greater than a certain percentage, is that?
I should mention that, this does not apply to anything within the Tahoe Basin because of the new Tahoe Community Plan and the agreement between the county and TRPA with new combined regulations.
And is that the only place where that slope exemption exists, is in those areas?
Well, there's a slope exemption that I'm aware of in Tahoe that if you have a certain amount of slope, doesn't necessarily have to do, it may have to do with height, but it also has to do with setbacks. It allows you to be closer down to the street. So I think it allows a few feet. I don't operate in Tahoe so often, so I'm not totally sure on that.
But it just doesn't apply there anyways?
No, it does not. We created one clear setback exception section to address fences, bare bins, snow tunnels, alleys, concrete flat work, pump houses, and bridges. These items were kind of scattered throughout the ordinance, and you kind of had to hunt for them. I put them all in one section, so it's easy to find. Created a section to clarify requirements placed on structures that reduce setbacks. For years, if you're encroaching close to a road with a variance, Staff has put special conditions. For instance, in Tahoe, due to snow removal, if you get within a certain distance of the road, you can't have living space because you don't want to have some snow equipment or something or a car slide into to a living structure where people are at. So we're just codifying the things that we've been doing for many years. We changed the interior setback section to reference current Placer County building codes and requirements instead of a version no longer used. This is a big one. We changed the cellular tower section to require at a minimum all cell towers obtain an administrative review permit that will require noticing of all properties within 300 feet. Currently, if a cell tower comes in and it's determined by staff not to be visually obtrusive, we can approve it over the counter with administrative approval and no public comment. This has resulted in some friction where a cell tower appears by someone's house and they weren't noticed. So we're proposing to do this. We're also proposing that if it looks like it's going to have significant impacts, we can elevate it to a minor use permit or a conditional use permit. So it'll be more public input on the cell tower issue is what this is meant to do. We're proposing that temporary outdoor events section be changed to allow 6 days of events instead of the current 2 events not to exceed 3 days. This is a direct result of some people in rural areas. There's one guy who runs a place in Penryn called Maple Rock who showed up and said, you know, I don't want to be an event center, excuse me, but I would like to have more than 2 events in a year. I really need about 3 2-day events. And it was like, okay. So we're really not proposing that it be changed other than, you can use the 6 days in any increment that you would like. 2 days, 3 days, 1 day. So conceivably, someone could have 6 one-day events if we approve the temporary outdoor event permit, if they had access, if they had water, if they had sewage disposal, if they had parking. As I previously alluded to, added ground-mounted solar section where none previously existed. This is at the behest of code enforcement. Revised a nuisance abatement section. I already mentioned this, to create a nuisance abatement hearing officer and provide a hearing procedure. This is mostly to deal with the expedient abatement of illegal marijuana grows that they've been trying to do in this county. Allow administrative review permits, MUPs, CUPs, and variances. I should say minor use permits, conditional use permit, and variances. The possibility of 6 years worth of extension in 2-year increments. Currently, only 3 years are allowed. This change would be consistent with the extension of time provisions allowed for subdivision maps. So right now, you can get a map approved for 3 years in the first go-around, then you can have 6 years worth of extensions in 2-year increments. The problem is, if you have any of these other permits that run with it, a variance, a minor use permit, a conditional use permit, an administrative review permit, those permits cannot be extended for the same time frame as a subdivision map. Those are good only for 3 years worth of extensions. So we're proposing that all our applications run for the same time frames. These are the things specifically that I've talked about that we are recommending be moved forward into the housing changes or housing amendments that are coming forward. These would be better suited, talked about in the context of the entire housing issue that is really coming up statewide. So density, the density changes that were proposed, density changes that were proposed in the plan development ordinance. And this, if land requires a minor use permit or conditional use permit as part of the entitlement process, an alternative setback can be specified. That was proposed to be done in commercial districts. So when you looked at the project, if the setback really should be more or less than what was in the ordinance, based on the actual project and the findings that you were going to make, that you would be able to look at alternative setbacks. which frankly I think would make for a better project. So we.
That already happened in a variance application?
It does happen in a variance application, but this was very controversial. People did not like the idea of a hearing body having the authority without a variance entitlement to look at that. So I think it's important, especially with regard to multiple family housing and that sort of thing. I think it's an important thing that needs to be discussed further, and we're also recommending that be moved into the discussion about housing amendments. I think that's pretty much it. Oh, next steps. Finalize the proposed ZTA language based on comments received from the Planning Commission. Based on what comes out of this workshop today, we will go back, we will revise the zoning text amendment, and then we will come back here for a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. Also, once we have finalized the zoning text amendment, we will make a CEQA determination. And like I said, we'll come back to the Planning Commission with the revised ETA, the CEQA determination, and the board, and then onto the board.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, George. It would appear, other than the housing piece of this is just a lot of cleanup work.
It is, you know, in my mind, once you take the coverage and the use permit, you know, the authority to change setbacks, it really does, other than the street side setback, become very sort of mundane in nature.
Now, just so I understand, on the housing piece of this, is it sort of being pulled out of this and it's going to be dealt separately and in a different forum?
Yeah, what we are mandated by the state has mandated that every county take a look at all their ordinances and remove obstacles to creating housing. So we're in the process of doing that. Those coverage issues, the use permit, allowing setbacks to be changed I could see be used a lot when you deal with multifamily dwellings. So what we're proposing is that all be taken out of this zoning text amendment, moved into that discussion where it can be discussed in a much broader context of housing, and be dealt with at that time.
How far along is that, and when might it be coming to the Planning Commission for a hearing?
I don't think it would be
George,
coming
I can touch on that.
Oh, go ahead.
So that's part of the overall housing work plan that was approved by the Board of Supervisors and presented to you, what was it, late last year? Right now we're under contract with Bay Area Economics to do a lot of studies that are part of that. So it's kind of the big picture housing program. And so what's being proposed by George is to include some of these elements that there's been a lot of questions about include it as part of that, as it may be more appropriate with that discussion.
But I guess, again, maybe I'm just not getting this clear, are those going to be removed out of this zoning text amendment and put into the housing piece, which is going to come to us at a later point? Or at least,
correct.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
It will be fully removed from this zoning text amendment.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
When you see it, the next time you see it, staff will not have these in here. It doesn't necessarily mean that you can't give us direction that you think we should deal with them now. It's just that's what our recommendation is at this point.
Well, from my perspective, I think that makes more sense to deal with them then, because obviously those are things that are kind of getting pushed down on us from the state, and they all need to be addressed at the same time rather than trying to do it in this context. But I guess my question is, when is that? Are we expecting that sometime this year to come to us on the housing piece?
Yeah, later this year. Yep.
Okay. All right. So, because some of the questions and issues that have been raised by people in the emails and letters we've been getting are more addressed to the housing pieces that are in this. So, really, if we're pulling it out, then that's not necessarily an issue that's going to be addressed right now.
I have a question, George. On this has to do with lot coverage. I'm looking at on page 3. It's where specifically for lots from 10,000 to 15,000 square feet, allow 50% coverage with now it's only 30%. What was the reason for that big jump in that size lot area?
Because
that seems like an awful, because that's over a quarter acre. I have a quarter acre in Old Roseville, and I'm probably around 15% and partial 2-story. I wouldn't want 50% on that large of a lot.
Yeah, what actually drove that change in coverage is, like I was saying, the subdivisions that are coming through, that's what we're being asked for, is around 50% coverage.
What the other cities, like the city of Roseville, I should know.
Much more coverage than we have.
It's more coverage, what?
More coverage. As a matter of fact, when I looked at their coverage allowances are much more generous than ours, beyond 50% in some instances.
Will this be a piece that's going to be in the housing?
Yes.
Yes, because
Any coverage changes we're proposing be moved into the housing sections.
Questions, if I could?
Go ahead, Jeff.
George, back to the nuisance abatement where we have the definition of travel-ready and vehicle ownership.
Yeah.
Understand the travel-ready part, I guess, and it says all commercial vehicles and so on and so forth. And then down in vehicle ownership, only non-commercial vehicles registered to the property owner or tenant shall be stored on site. That seems to contradict one or the other, maybe, unless there's a definition of stored versus parked that differs. And then the other issue, that question I have, a pickup truck is a commercial vehicle.
No. We have a definition of a commercial vehicle. Usually the commercial vehicle is based on axles, and usually your truck has to be like 1 ton or larger, which it can be a pickup truck, don't get me wrong, but normally pickup trucks don't fall within the commercial vehicle.
By DMV definition, they're a commercial vehicle, that's why.
No, but not by ours.
I've seen homeowners associations get to the point that as soon as you put a lumber rack on your truck, they put it in your driveway.
No, I understand. You have to have commercial plates and that sort of thing, but we have a separate definition of what constitutes a commercial vehicle.
Okay.
And that's the definition that we impose on people, not because you have a pickup with commercial plates. You have to meet our definition of commercial vehicles.
Okay, that helps. Another
You want that
question for you. Several times in here when we talk about minimum lot area, there is a stated lot area, and then there is, or a greater area is required by the health department. Explain to me where the health,
Sewage disposal.
Okay, so if you need a larger area for like a leach field or something like that.
Yeah, because they don't like that. They don't like to let people have easements onto other people's property for their leach fields.
Uh-huh.
So the purpose of that was if you have 10,000 square feet and you need additional leach field, well, your lot needs to go to 11,000.
Okay, it might be, I would be more comfortable if that was stated in there as to what that health department discretion was limited to.
Absolutely, can do that.
Thank you. And then my only other comment is if we're working on this to remove obstacles for affordable housing and multifamily residential and that, I think what we need to do, and that's missed here, is we need to zone to build.
Yeah.
When you zone a piece of property for apartments, it shouldn't require a conditional use permit to go build apartments.
And this zoning text amendment started in 2006, and it was never intended to deal with removing obstacles to housing. It was intended to just clean up a few things that were in the zoning ordinance. It grew a little bit more as it rolled downhill. But the fact of the matter is, all those issues about maybe you shouldn't have to have a use permit for multifamily units, those will all be addressed in the upcoming
in the housing. Okay.
Yeah,
Please.
all that stuff's going to be looked at.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other questions for George before I open it up to public comment?
Well, I have a question of George, I guess. But you're not as familiar with basin rules at Tahoe probably as you are down here, but we have TRP rule that says on a parcel you can only you can't have any multiple housing, but you have to buy the unit, transfer it in, and go through a bit of a problem. What's going to happen to the existing zoning on multi-family parcels?
Inside the basin, I don't think anything. Because right now, the new community plan, TRPA, they have an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, about what regulations will or will not apply. These changes, these aren't going to apply in the basin.
I guess the reason I'm kind of asking this, I'm envisioning that next week I have to go to my land use committee at TRPA, and And I'm sitting here thinking, it's kind of crazy that we have such stringent requirements on the number of units you can put on a piece of ground, even if it's already zoned by the local agency as multifamily.
Uh-huh.
How am I going to get over that hurdle so that we can deal with affordable housing, employee housing, and those kinds of issues? And I'm just trying to prepare myself for.
Right. So is that the TRPA Land Use Committee?
Yeah.
Oh, when you propose that, you let me know how it goes.
I may lose my head.
Yeah, if you can get back.
Well, I hear from the state representatives on the agency, and I hear from everyone that everybody's under pressure to provide employee housing, low-cost housing, all this.
Yeah, we've been mandated to remove obstacles to providing housing.
And so I think we're going to have to figure out how we want. I would like to know if you're thinking about it some Saturday afternoon with a beer in your hand in the hammock, what's the best way for us as a county to propose to TRPA as part of our plan that we've already done? How are we going to best deal with that issue? Because the board's starting to talk about allowing single-family residents that are in existence now to have apartments over the garage and that sort of stuff. And everybody's raising their ugly head. The sewer district, the water servers, everybody wants a piece of the action,
Right. Well, Larry, I will think about that.
Okay.
I've thought about it for years and years. In my career, I've never come up with a good solution to how to best deal with TRPA.
I'd lobby for a raise for you or something. If we could do it.
Yeah.
After you get your raise.
After I get my raise, yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Anything else for George? Okay. Thank you, George.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Before I open it up to the public, as you've just heard, the housing components of this are going to be moved to a different time of discussion, so that won't, the impact of those right now, or it's not going to be important to our discussion. So we have obviously received letters and emails, people expressing concern about some of the proposed zoning text changes. So I want you to know that the commission has had an opportunity to review those. And so if you want to come up and summarize your concerns, that's fine. But you don't need to, chapter and verse give us what you said in your email or your letter, because those obviously have already become a record for this discussion. And I would ask that you hold your comments, even if you're representing a group, to 3 minutes, respectful of time. So I will open it to the public comment.
You're coming up. Quick question for George, if I could.
Yes.
The comments that were submitted by the public that relate to the setbacks and the zoning that we're pulling out, can those comments be retained and held over for when these items are addressed so that people don't have to write new letters?
I don't know. I would have to look into that. I'm not sure that they're part of the public record, and they could be looked at. And I'm sure that the person in charge of those amendments will go back and look at them. I'm not sure that we can actually, if you write about the Chapter 17 zoning text amendment, just flip those over.
Okay.
Correct. Staff will retain those comments, use them in that as we go through that process. But it's a completely separate process, the housing portion of this. So I would recommend that folks.
So those that are concerned should keep an ear out for when that's coming and be prepared to comment again. Okay, thank you.
I guess I'm kind of puzzled because if somebody came to the hearing today with the information that's presented, and then they'd like to make comments related to, there's no problem with them doing that, is there?
No.
They came prepared to do it, so they can do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Could you give us your name?
Yeah, Lori Lewis. I live at Wise and Gold Hill. Thank you for the workshop. And because you guys identified this as a workshop, I have several questions for George or the county. Who determines a nuisance?
The new nuisance abatement section.
Is it a person? Is it a hearing officer?
I'm not, well, the hearing officer would deal with the nuisance. It goes through our code enforcement division. I'm not totally sure on how that process works, but it's a very involved process about noticing and that sort of thing. I would have to tell you that it would be best to talk to the code enforcement supervisor, who is Ryan Zender, about how that process works.
The reason why I'm bringing this up, George, is because, as everyone knows, I've filed several complaints regarding the lack of code enforcement with the winery ordinance. At one point, my complaint was a public nuisance. I never got response back from your office, never. So I'm wondering, when I did that complaint, who determined that my complaint doesn't qualify as a nuisance?
Well, I can give you a generic answer. A nuisance is something usually physically on the property that can't be abated. Usually junk, cars, people refuse to clean it up, that sort of thing. And if it can't be resolved through the regular code enforcement process, I believe they can move it into the nuisance abatement process. And what that actually gives them the ability to do is go through a process, go through a hearing, and then actually go onto the property
and
remove.
I was denied that.
I'm just telling you generically.
Okay,
you
but
need to talk to code enforcement.
In the civil code, there is a definition for a public nuisance.
Yeah.
So before we go on this conversation anymore, I think we need to keep comments focused on the zoning text amendment.
The nuisance is part of the thing that's going to be modified.
Right. If you want to speak directly to that, I would do that specific to the zoning text amendments that are proposed.
Right. And if you have questions, it needs to come to the commission first, and then we'll decide which way to direct that question. But as the planning commissioner stated, what we're asking for is input as to what's being addressed and what's being asked to make modifications of how that process is done. Now, what you're commenting on needs to, I think, be dealt with in a different forum of obviously county staff needs to address the lack of response that you've had.
Okay, so we'll put that on pending. The proposed changes to the temporary outdoor, that's not going to affect wineries or breweries. Is that right, George?
Your question needs to come to the commission.
Oh, I thought it was a workshop so they could answer questions.
It comes to us and then
okay,
direct it.
So, gentlemen, the temporary 6 days is, wait till my minute. Does that include wineries and breweries, or are they exempt?
The 6 days would, my understanding, would apply to the wineries and breweries. Is that right, George?
Yes, you're correct. It would apply to everyone across the board. So if you had the ability to have events as a winery or brewery, you could also apply for 6 temporary outdoor events if you chose to.
And last question, does that also include event centers? Are they going to be required to file the temporary outdoor events?
No, agricultural event centers would have a use permit which would already specify the amount of events that they could have.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mike Garabedian, a couple of questions for the Placer Group Sierra Club. I'd like to know if any of the changes would affect the distances between structures, between houses, compared to what's required now in terms of setbacks. Is that being changed so that houses might be closer to one another, for example? That's my
greater.
It's not being changed at this point. That's one of the items that's going to be
for the
removed.
housing. That's going to be in part of the housing.
No, it's not going to change the density. It's not going to change the location of houses. The only thing that would change is the street side setback would allow someone to move essentially with a side setback closer to a street. The rear setbacks and all the other setbacks remain the same.
It sounds like it's not going to affect the nearness or farness of house structures to each other.
Right.
The idea that the county is in part basing its decision about siding on what a city has, namely Roseville, the concept troubles me. Now, maybe there's some way to explain why the entire unincorporated area should have look to a city as an example. And there's a specific thing talked about here. Maybe that specific one we could discuss in this context.
Well, I think that's just trying to get more flexibility in the unincorporated areas that where it makes sense to do that. That's my guess. Is
Where we've been approving smaller lots.
Right, where they've already been doing that, right?
So,
right.
If I could, just so you, the line he's referring to, the following jurisdictions have street side setbacks: City of Auburn, City of Folsom, City of Roseville, City of Colfax, City of Rockland, El Dorado County, Sacramento County, and Nevada County. So the point that I was trying to illustrate there is that everybody has a street side setback except us. Nevada County has one, the unincorporated Nevada County. Sacramento, unincorporated Sacramento County has one. Okay. El Dorado County has one as well. So my point was not to convince anyone that it was a good idea, but just to show that it's a common planning practice.
Standardization, right?
Is there a proposal to adopt one? Is that what I missed?
Yes, there is a proposal to adopt one.
And would that change structure between city buildings or just the street?
Wait, can I ask a question? You're asking if the two residents, now that we're determining if one's a side yard, because the backyard, as George has mentioned, the back setback and the side setbacks aren't being talked about. These are on the street. So the structures still have to be so far away from your neighbor's fence on the side and in the back, so the structures themselves will never get closer together. It means that the structure with a side street setback now can be set a little closer to the side. In Roseville, the front yard is 20, the sides are 5. So if you're on a side, you get to have your structure a little closer to the street that's been determined to be your side street. But the back end of your house, for example, still has to be the same distance away from all your neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
So the structures themselves will not be any closer.
So it's a side street setback. It doesn't have anything to do with the setback between buildings.
No, that's right. It's only a street side setback.
Okay. Since I'm out of time, which is regrettable, that we're limited to 3 minutes, an issue that I'm not sure if it's been looked at in these changes or considered is ignition structure between the ignition of buildings. And it may not be affected, but the Insurance Institute have done studies, and they find that if one structure is fully engaged, that other structures within 30 feet will be ignited. And I think that's an example of the kind of criteria that should be looked at and when we're considering changes like this. Along with slope was mentioned. Slope can have a great effect on a greater effect and require greater distances. So I guess it's a question if we are considering fire hazard implications of any of the changes, or all of them for that matter.
Okay. We'll make sure that's noted.
Could I get a answer? Or?
We'll make sure it's noted, your concern.
So there'll be an answer at some point?
At some point.
I'd say you can, when the next hearing comes around, that's when you would pay attention, and if you don't see it, then you need to bring it up again.
Well, I see, but the commission did discuss some of these issues.
Yeah.
So I would hoping we could.
Yeah, basically, I think you're going to have another crack at that one.
Not today. No.
Not today, but in the future.
And changing the extension period, there are criteria for approving those extensions. Is there any plan to change the criteria for the extensions or just the length? The code lists 2 or 3, 4 criteria that have to be met to approve an extension of time. And are we changing that or just changing the length of the extension?
The length of the extension.
Just the length.
Right.
All the criteria remains the same. It just allows them 6 years' worth of extensions. They still have to meet the same tests.
Well, but they only have to meet it after 6 years, or for a 6 year.
Only in 2-year increments.
2-year increments. Oh, so it's a maximum.
Yeah.
In the interest of time, if you could wrap it up, appreciate it.
Well, I'd appreciate it if you would think more about valuing public input.
I do. I'm trying to appreciate everybody's time as well. There's others that would like to comment too.
Well, there could be other time, but I
certainly have
understand what your practice is. I don't agree with it.
Okay.
Don't come next time.
Hi, Cheryl Burkham again. I wanted to thank George for coming to the MAC. I was at the MAC, and I thought he did a really good job. He actually listened to our feedback. I wanted to make sure I understood the next steps. That went by kind of quick, and I was hoping that one of those next steps could be to redistribute. There's lots of things being pulled out and thrown into other documents, and a lot of people aren't here. They may not have a way of knowing what the next steps are. Is there some way to redistribute the new zoning text amendment proposal so that we understand what we're now looking at, and that setbacks, height, coverage, all of those things that are removed are actually removed from the document, so that we understand what we're actually looking at? And then in terms of the next steps, did I hear there's going to be another hearing?
George, you want
to?
2 hearings.
Okay, so we will make when we finalize the zoning text amendment, we'll make it available to anyone who wants to see it. But the way the process works, we will not be going back out to the MACs the way we did previously. However, we will be coming back to the Planning Commission with a CEQA determination and the final zoning text amendment. The Planning Commission at that point makes a recommendation to the board about that zoning text amendment. Like, we think it's good the way it is, we're recommending approval. Then we go to the board, and the board has to approve it for it to be finalized, for it to actually become a change.
So I think one of the, from at least the people that I spoke with, one of the things that was very disconcerting was that zoning changes require an EIR. And so anything that changes coverage, height, or anything that's an actual zoning change, not a text change, that was a very big concern for people. And so am I missing something? Are all those things going to be pulled out?
All this coverage.
Height?
Well, there's no change in height. I don't know where that came from.
Okay.
The height issue actually makes sure that people don't exceed the allowable height limit in our ordinance.
Okay.
It's actually to close a loophole.
Okay.
So it's actually going the opposite direction. And I would also tell you that zoning changes and other things don't necessarily require an environmental impact report. They generally rise to the level of some environmental review, but not necessarily an environmental impact report.
So on your, on your CEQA determination, that obviously could be challenged by the public if they feel that that is not in the best interest of the community, if it doesn't meet the criteria, right?
Yes. Everything we do is challengeable.
So the other question I think that was very concerning to the public was on page 42 and 43, those minimum lot 8 to 14, that appears to be a zoning change.
The page 43, I'm sorry.
Page 42 and page 43, it was the minimum lot, the PL minimum lot 8 to 14, that appears to be a zoning change.
No, okay. That's a complete misnomer. What you're talking about is the density limitation section. The density, I understand how it gets there. The density limitation section is a section that when you have multifamily zoning and other DL factors, it specifies the size of the unit, it specifies, let me start over. It specifies the size of the lot for each unit. okay? Or how much square footage you need for each unit, okay? The way it's written right now, there's 2 charts. You have this formula that you go through and you figure it out and you do all this. Very complicated, not easy to use. However, what I did is I just went through and simplified it. I used 1 chart and I got rid of the formula and just put in the numbers. If you go back and you run those numbers in that formula, you will find that the size lot that I put in is the exact same size that you get when you run the formula. I just ran the formula and put it in a chart. So when people actually look at it, lay people, they can use it. Because a lay person cannot use this section successfully. So there is no change. There's no change in density, no change in lot size. Only making it easier for people to use.
I suggest that the public doesn't appear to be able to use those charts. And so what you just said about multifamily, and I think the envision is that there's going to be more residences allowed, and that the size of those residences is changing. I'm just giving you feedback based on everyone I've talked to.
No, I understand how you can draw that conclusion, but it's incorrect.
Okay.
And anyone who would like a better explanation can give me a call.
Okay. And then finally, what I wanted to say was that you made your original statement about the number of variances that are coming through.
Yes.
And I think our very big concern, at least in Granite Bay, that's all I can speak for, is where I live, is that there's a disconnect between the Granite Bay Community Plan and changes. So when you talk about variances, the number of variances that you have to put in, the people in Granite Bay don't want variances. Developers want variances. And so I would hope that you're looking at the Granite Bay Community Plan and saying, is the spirit of the plan matching the changes that are being proposed? And so when you're having a problem looking at all of those variances, if you could please keep that in mind and say, are any of those guidelines being suppressed or violated by the fact that you have to do so many of them?
I would tell you that I don't think the variance process or the change that's proposed with the street side violates any provisions in the Granite Bay Community Plan. I would also tell you that it's not just developers who seek variances.
Okay.
It is mostly individuals who seek variances to get relief, to put in single-family houses, to put in structures, to put in pools. I would say the majority. I did not break out the numbers that way, but I would guess 95% are non-developers.
It was just a request when
Yes.
you get those requests to actually look at the Granite Bay Community Plan and say, is this really in the spirit? Where the community spent workshop after workshop developing that community plan. And I would hope that you would take that as the residents' desires, at least for Granite Bay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Just as a comment on the variance procedure in general, I think we as residents in the state of California are going to see variances like you've never seen them before. They're going to come by thousands, and they're going to be permitted by the state legislature, not by us at the local level. So I think if we want to do the best job possible for our communities, we ought to kind of plan ahead of what the best way to deal with this is, because I can tell you, I serve on a regional government at Lake Tahoe, and they're trying to stuff special, employee housing, other kinds of housing in communities that don't necessarily want it. Some want it. It's going to get really ugly, I'm sorry to say, in the future, because we have a state that wants to help the people that want help, and that's the only way they can get it, is by squeezing more people in existing areas. Sorry to delay your hike to the seat. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hi, Jean Wilson again. I just have a couple quick questions and comments. One is all those people who wrote letters on the portions of the zoning text amendments that are now being moved elsewhere, you have their contact information. Would it be possible simply to give them notice so that they can make comments rather than having them have to watch? Since it's not their fault that this has all been moved after the fact, so they don't know that it's happening. Just
was their comments that got it moved.
yeah, it was their comments that got it moved. Well, that's good, but it'd be nice to let them know they accomplished something by sending them notice. I'm just proposing that if you can't move the comments to the new, so they apply to the new thing, just send them notice.
EJ, do you want to say something on that?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, what we have everybody's either email or address, and we can send notice of when the final draft changes are made. We'll also post it on our website as well and make notice of that.
Okay, great.
not a
Just
problem.
a brief confirmation. I think George addressed it already, but although those comment letters that were received are currently part of the record, they will need to be resubmitted when it comes to the housing workshop or
Right.
item that we have later on in the year.
Okay. All right, well, I guess that means that they don't get notice that there was an impact of what they commented, so now there's going to be a new hearing on this.
No, we have two separate processes. Right now, what we have going on is a workshop for the zoning text amendment.
Mhm.
And what we're saying is there's some items that may be taken out of this and made part of, or included as part of the other housing work program, which is currently going on.
Mhm. Okay.
So two separate processes requires two separate, submittal of, public input. or
But he did
information.
offer to notice the people that have communicated.
So when we make the changes, we will make sure that the people who commented on it know when we finalized it and send them a copy of it.
Terrific, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was the one. And also, prior speaker talked about copies of the text, and I have to confess, I had trouble finding exactly where the zoning text amendments were online. I was looking, and I just, and I looked in the cover letter, and I didn't see a link to where those would appear in a condensed form where they're all together. So just on behalf of those of us who aren't completely tech savvy, it would be helpful to have a link to here are the zoning text amendments. And then finally, the comment about public safety concerns. I know and live with people who are public safety officers, and what happened in Santa Rosa and so on. There was a lot of concern about the dangers involved. And so my question is, not commenting on that, at what point do public safety get involved in going over the zoning changes? Are they formally invited to comment or to be involved in that process?
Obviously, that'll be part of the discussion related to the housing
Right.
piece. So yes, I would add that. I'm
But
sure.
but they are formally notified that this is their time to comment.
Yes. As a matter of fact, we have two individuals in CAL FIRE who work in our department.
Okay, great. So
Actually
they-
work for CAL FIRE.
Great.
So it's not something that's not on our radar.
No, I'm sure that's true. I just wanted to make sure that there's an official process for making sure they get their input.
Sure. I'd like to,
Rich, go ahead.
I think, at least myself, I have some fire background, and I have a son that's involved in it.
Right.
And we just heard a comment already from Mr. Garabedian about the density of housing. And when a house fire becomes a wildfire, wildfire being a larger acreage and more houses involved, and versus just putting out a fire in a house. And, I think I'm kind of puzzled about that too, because a lot of the proposals that are coming down promote higher densities, but then, on the other hand, if you look at it from a house fire becoming a wildfire, there's a problem there. And where planning commissions and planning departments come in on that, it's a little bit unclear. So I think, I agree with you that, and Mr. Garabedian, that that's a challenge. But I don't have an answer myself to that.
Right.
And maybe planning departments don't have an answer to that if the state of California mandates something.
Right.
But it surely is a point that needs to be addressed. I would
Right.
agree.
Well, that's all I'm concerned about is the expert input from, I'm just concerned about making sure that there is an opportunity for expert input from the community safety people. So, thank you very much.
Part of the not what she just said, but part of the discussion with the fires in an urban area are addressed by building codes. For example, in Roseville, I know if there are multiple, where you got two things connect together, they have to have fire sprinklers. Now, some cities actually, even in R1 by itself, new construction is supposed to have sprinkler zones. We don't have that, or installed sprinklers, and also a fire-rated roofing and siding God only knows, quite a few other changes over the years that have tried to help that problem, but it doesn't completely eliminate it, of course, because I'm sure a lot of those homes in the Santa Rosa fire had probably sprinklers and stuff like that, at least some of them did probably, and it still didn't help, but still, that's probably part of the puzzle too, or part of the equation.
All right.
Good afternoon, Sandy Harris, Granite Bay. On that fire thing, I think it's interesting that Cal Fire, you have to have a certain setback from your house or shrubbery and things, and yet you can build your houses 5 feet apart. And another comment on the variances, I've noticed that when a big development comes in, 10, 15, 20, 100 houses, they get blanket variances right off the bat. And so it doesn't look like the developers are getting as many variances as the public, but they, in essence, get them right up front. And I always thought variances were to be given not on a basis like that, but on the basis of some kind of amenity on the property that you were trying to preserve, and not just so you can get a bigger footprint for your house. Just a couple comments.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to sneak out and see you guys.
Anyone else want to comment? I'm going to close the public comment period.
Are you going to, Mr. Garabedian raised his hand again? You probably need to address it, if you're going to let him or not.
You want to let him?
Huh?
Do you want to comment?
Well, yeah, well,
okay.
I would let him, but, make it quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Garabedian, we'll give you a few more minutes. You're last.
Well, given Mr. Rosasco's generous offer to answer any phone calls, I'll just mention one thing.
Okay.
We all, including me, have things to do, so I'm here under that pressure too, in spite of that. The bottom of page 43, the Board of Forestry, the Fire Safe Regulation 1276.01, I tried to find that on my laptop or my computer a minute ago, but I'm wondering what the basis for the 1 acre. If I read this correctly, it says that regulation has to be 1 acre or larger to be applied. Maybe you could just clarify. I couldn't find out what 1276.0. Oh, I'm sorry. It's supposed to be directed to you. 1276.01.
I can speak to that if you'd like me to quickly.
Go ahead, George.
So basically, probably for the last 15 years, more and more fire regulations have come as a response to these fires that are happening and that sort of thing. The first one that came to us was any parcel that was in a state-mandated area, state-controlled area by CAL FIRE. Any parcel that was 1 acre or larger needed to have a 30-foot setback. Our setbacks at the time were 25 feet. So we had to increase our setbacks by 30. So what's happening is, now, my guess is after what happened in Santa Rosa, there's going to be a whole new slew of regulations that have come through. So what CAL FIRE asked us to do is, as required by the California Board of Forestry state fire safe regulations. You hear fire safe regulations. So instead of limiting it to 1 acre, what this now says is, as those regulations are updated and changed and those standards are made, I'm going to guess more stringent based on what's happening in California, that this automatically follows that path. So that's what it's intended to do, is follow the fire safe regulations as they change.
Which is a good idea, though I'm not sure that you can anticipatory approved changes that come later.
We're not approving the changes. We're just saying, as required by the California Board of Fire Safe Regulations. So whatever they are today, that's what it is. Whatever they are 10 years from now, that's what it'll be.
Okay, I got your answer.
I'll wait. I'll ask counsel.
Well, we can talk some more about it because that's a very specific one of them, not all of them.
It's not a section that I would have put in. It's a section that would have been referenced in state code. Maybe it's inaccurate at this point. I don't know. It's not slated to be changed. That's what was there.
I'll be calling you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Again, now close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission. Any further questions or comments for George?
Any feedback that you have, I would greatly appreciate it.
Well, I guess my only concern is we were a little bit confused about, or one of my concerns, probably the only one for now. We were a little confused about what's being transferred over to the new proposed regulations.
Yeah.
And I just hope that where people have made comments under this zoning text, that their comments get to be seen in the other regulation that you're putting together.
And, we've already talked about it as a staff level. And I think most of the comments that we received, I would say 95 to 98%, by removing that from the zoning text amendment, alleviates those concerns that they have. For this zoning text amendment, the same issues are going to come up when we start talking about housing amendments and that sort of thing. But at least it will be in the context of state mandated for us to do, and in the context of looking at it at an overall housing plan.
Right.
So it will be moved.
And hopefully all the people that have commented already will feel like they've been heard.
Yes.
Okay.
They will.
Somehow. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Then that is the end of our meeting. But I do have a question because Larry is going to be gone for the next 3 meetings. And because we're already too short now, we've got to make sure that we're going to have a quorum for our next 3 meetings. Yeah, as long as you're healthy, right? You're going to be here. Right.
So March 8th and 22nd are probably critical meetings to have all 4 to make sure we have a quorum.
So if you anticipate an issue, please let us know as soon as possible about that. I would appreciate it because from what I hear, the 2 supervisors are nowhere on getting replacements right now. So that's not very encouraging.
I think one might be closer than the others.
Yeah.
So there's, I think, hopefully we'll have something.
Yep.
Okay, meeting's over?
Yes, it is done. Thank you, everybody. See you next time.
Cut us thin.